So welcome everyone to our Standing Committee meeting, and today, pursuant to Standing Order 108-2 and the motion adopted by the committee on Wednesday, March 7, 2018, the committee commenced its study of grain transportation backlog. So with that, I'd like to certainly welcome from Canadian National Railway, we have Michael Corey, Operating Officer and Executive Vice President, and also Mr. Sean Finn, Executive Vice President, Corporate Service and Chief Legal Officer. Also with the Canadian Pacific Railway, we have Jeffrey Ellis, Chief Legal Officer and Corporate Secretary, and also Mr. James Clements, Vice President, Strategic Planning and Transportation Services. So with that, and I welcome all the members of the committee, we shall start with an opening statement, and I can start with you, Mr. Finn, if you wish, up to 7 minutes for your organization.
Monsieur le Président, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Invitation to appear before you today. Our colleague and newly appointed CEO, Jean-Jacques Ruest, has asked Mike Corey and myself to be here to talk about CN and on our current challenges in Western Canada when it comes to movement of grain. My colleague, Mike Corey, is the Chief Operating Officer at CN. He essentially runs the railway across North America. Mike is a Winnipeg native, joined the railway 37 years ago, so has seen a lot of winters across his 37 years at CN. He ran the Western operations for many years and extremely knowledgeable about challenges of moving grain. Mike will deliver the balance of our statement. Bien sûr, il me fera grandement plaisir de répondre à vos questions.
Of course, I'll be very happy to answer any questions that you have, and when it's appropriate, I will answer them.
I'm only going to spend a brief part of my time discussing the circumstances that put us into this position. I believe it's more useful to focus on what we have done and are doing to recover and ensure that our service is back at the levels that you and our customers have come to expect as quickly as possible. But at the outset, let me point out that the situation has not been taken lightly by CN. March 5th, the CN Board of Directors took unprecedented, decisive action. You're probably aware that we have a new CEO, JJ Ruest, and within 2 days of taking up that position, JJ acknowledged our service issues, apologized to our customers, and pledged to do better on behalf of all of us at CN. The challenges we've been facing are not specific to just grain. All areas of our business have been impacted, and CN has been facing a capacity and resiliency challenge over the winter season. After 6 consecutive quarters of flat to negative growth, we underestimated the level of growth that was about to come at us. And we're not alone in this. The Bank of Canada and many of our customers also greatly underestimated the strength of the Canadian economy. This has left us seriously stretched with little resiliency in some corridors. Frac sand, intermodal traffic are both up very significantly. Forest products, coal, potash, virtually everything that we move saw an increase in volume. Grain volumes were not a surprise, and the grain fleet is sufficient to handle the volume. However, locomotive power and crews have presented a serious challenge, along with winter resiliency that wasn't there this year. We simply did not have enough locomotive power or crews to deal with the rapid increase in business. Hiring and training operating personnel takes a minimum of 6 to 9 months, and there's also a long lead time for acquiring new locomotives and for building capacity. The increased business also led to bottlenecks at a number of locations on the network. Through the fall and early winter, we were getting by providing fair service, but we did suffer setbacks in late fall due to mainline incidents, including a severe windstorm which blew a train off a bridge in Alberta, shutting down the main line until the bridge could be repaired. However, as our CEO recently said, we had a horrible February. When the extreme cold hit us in February, forcing us to shorten our trains and requiring even more locomotives, crews, and network capacity, our service deteriorated badly to levels that were clearly unacceptable to our customers and to every one of the hard-working, dedicated CN employees who take great pride in their work. While our grain service prior to February did not match last year's record numbers, in every month from September to January, we moved the 3rd highest volume of grain in CN's history. This clearly was not sufficient, but not so weak that we cannot recover over the balance of the crop year. I'm pleased to say that we're already making good progress in turning things around, in moving the backlog that accumulated in February. In week 31, we spotted 5,349 grain cars, including 772 customer cars at Prairie Elevators. In week 32, we spotted 5,953 cars, including 905 customer cars. And in the week that just ended, we spotted 5,742 cars, including 647 customer cars. As a reference, we view 4,000 CN cars per week as the normal sustainable capacity of the system in a normal winter operating condition, and 5,500 CN cars as being the sustainable capacity outside of winter when the Port of Thunder Bay is open. We're confident that we can maintain this pace through the spring. We're committed to catching up as we are with all of our customer traffic. Our car placement numbers to the week for grain are not yet in line with where they need to be, but there has been significant improvement. In order to begin turning things around, the first thing we needed to do was relieve network congestion, particularly in the very busy Edmonton to Winnipeg corridor. We undertook a number of measures to temporarily restrict traffic in this corridor in order to gain fluidity and velocity in our network. Only by reducing congestion could we create more capacity and resiliency. We had to make some tough decisions to restrict and regulate the flow of cars into this congested part of our network. For example, we implemented a system controlling the flow of both incremental frac sand and crude cars. We've also established a 24/7 situation room of cross-functional representation at our Network Operations Center at Edmonton to review critical customer issues and to prioritize their movements. Turning to other actions we have taken to add capacity to our system in the short and medium term, we added 250 qualified conductors in the fourth quarter of 2017, and an additional 400 will have completed their training and be in place by March 31st. We'll be adding a further 375 conductors in the second quarter. That said, we are still hiring, and there remains, at some remote locations, a challenge to find new labor. Our National Training Center in Winnipeg will remain at full capacity. With regard to locomotives, CN added 34 new high-horsepower locomotives in Q4 of 2017, and that was all we could get from the manufacturer. We also leased 130 locomotives, some of which required upgrading, but almost all of which are now online. For the longer term, we placed an order for over 200 new locomotives and will begin to receive the first 60 in the second half of this year. CN has a strong record of investing in our network. Even in the years with weaker growth, we maintained a very robust capital spending program. Earlier this year, our board of directors approved an increase in our capital expenditures from $2.7 billion to a record $3.2 billion. Over $250 million of this increase will be spent this spring and summer on projects in our western region to increase both track and yard capacity and to create fluidity that will build a base of capacity and resiliency before next winter. If there's one thing that has become clear from this year's challenges, it's the need for better sharing of data between the supply chain stakeholders. Bill C-49 will require railways to provide even more data than at present, and we accept that. We are, however, only one link in the supply chain, and we are concerned with the lack of data provided by some of the other supply chain participants. Transparency with all partners in the supply chain is in all of our interests and ultimately benefits the Canadian economy. Recent actions by our board of directors and all of us at CN have shown how seriously we take these service issues which have adversely affected our customers. Our capacity challenges will not go away overnight, but we have acted aggressively to address them, and I'm confident that our service will continue to improve for the grain sector and all parts of our business going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Corey, right on time. And now Mr. Clements or Mr. Ellis for up to seven minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin and then pass it over to my colleague, James. I'm Jeff Ellis, Chief Legal Officer at Canadian Pacific. I'm joined by James Clements, our Vice President of Strategic Planning and Transportation Services. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss CP's grain service and the recent challenges the grain supply chain has been experiencing. We acknowledge that as a supply chain, we need to do better. First, however, let us begin with some context. Although the grain supply chain has had to manage significant operating challenges in recent weeks, including a recovery from extreme weather conditions this winter, CP's crop year-to-date grain shipments through week 32, which is March 4th through March 10th, have increased by 3%, or approximately 450,000 metric tons, the equivalent of roughly 22,000 truckloads of grain. In other words, we've moved more grain this crop year, even while the entire grain supply chain copes with difficult operating conditions. Extreme weather has been a challenge for CP this year, especially in February. Although we plan extensively for winter each year, this winter was unusually harsh. Compared to last year, conditions across our network were on average significantly colder and for longer periods of time. We've also experienced unusually large snowfalls along much of our network, causing some significant outages. When temperatures reach below -25 Celsius, trains must be shortened and moved at slower speeds to ensure safety, which is critical to our operations. These difficult conditions caused a reduction in our network velocity and overall system capacity. CP is also experiencing significant and largely unexpected demand, especially in Western Canada, part of which is coming from dual rail-served territories in the northern catchment areas of our network. CP strategically plans each year for the upcoming grain crop. This year, the crop was originally forecasted at approximately 65 million metric tons, but came in closer to 71. This variation represents a difference of 6 million metric tons, with much of the additional production occurring in the northern catchment area of the Canadian prairies due to dry conditions in the south. Notwithstanding the challenging operating environment, our shipments have increased by 30% crop year to date in this year. It's also important to note that we're facing significant demand across numerous lines of business. All of that said, we can and we will do better, and I'm going to pass it on to my colleague, James Clements, who's going to speak to that more specifically.
Thanks, Jeff. Honorable members, we are pleased to report that our network performance is improving. The grain supply chain is on the road to recovery. Our operations team has been focused on moving grain and working extremely hard to rebound from the weather challenges in February. The data and evidence provide encouraging signs that a recovery has taken hold. Week 32, March 4th through March 10th, saw grain shipments increase by 22% compared to the previous week, totaling 484,000 metric tons of grain. This is the highest weekly volume we have moved since mid-December. Our daily network throughput has increased by 8% compared to last week and is up by more than 16% overall since mid-February. We placed 10% more empty rail cars in the country in week 32 compared with the week prior, a further sign of incremental gains being achieved. I'm happy to report that we are up another 5% in week 33. Our network velocity is also improving, with train speeds up approximately 13% this past week versus mid-February. As weather conditions moderate, we expect the positive trend to continue through March, with a further lift as the Port of Thunder Bay reopens. Until Thunder Bay is available, we expect heavy demand for rail cars out of Manitoba to ship all the way into Vancouver corridor. CP continues to add both crews and locomotives to support a strong recovery. We are adding more than 700 new employees who are currently in various stages of training, and we are adding 100 locomotives, which will start being integrated into the fleet through the summer. We have also deployed a SWAT team of retirees and CP managers to provide additional crew capacity, which is helping ensure the system recovers as quickly as possible. As we move into spring, we are taking strong precautionary measures to avoid operational constraints caused by adverse environmental conditions, such as the heavy snowfall melting and the resulting runoff, and avalanches. CP's avalanche monitoring and control program continues to work closely with all stakeholders through the BC's Mountainous Transportation Corridor, including Parks Canada and the BC Highway Ministry, to constantly monitor present and forecasted weather conditions that could adversely affect the corridor. We have also commenced our spring thaw surveillance program, which has strong protocols in place to monitor conditions and respond effectively in the event of high water conditions across our network. Early indications across most of CP's network east of the Rockies are pointing to average to below average threat for spring flooding. Although we remain optimistic the snow will melt slowly, all precautions are being taken with respect to potential avalanche and spring flooding disruptions. We continue working closely with our customers to deliver on the commitments of CP's grain products and services and to meet their needs. Beyond these measures, we have earmarked $1.35 to $1.5 billion for capital improvements this year, which will help strengthen the capacity and fluidity of the supply chain. Capacity-enhancing infrastructure investments are critical to realizing long-term gains to the overall performance of the grain supply chain. This is particularly true given the market's preference of Vancouver as the primary and growing outlet for grain. CP is hopeful the Government of Canada will prioritize investments under the National Trade Corridor Fund for projects that will enhance supply chain capacity in this corridor. In closing, as we have said previously, CP strongly encourages the swift passage of Bill C-49 by the Senate. Although imperfect, this legislation will provide additional certainty for the grain supply chain, particularly with respect to the potential new hopper car investments. Again, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. We would reiterate that in spite of the difficult operating conditions this winter, CP is committed to improvement. still moving more grain than we did last year, and we are well positioned to have a strong year overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens and Mr. Ellis, for that presentation. And now we shall start our question round. And to start, we have Mr. Berthold and Mr. Barlow, who will split their time, I understand. So for 6 minutes, Mr. Berthold, 6 minutes.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the representatives of the both railway companies that have appeared today. You know,
To catalyze action for our producers who don't get paid when grain doesn't move. Unfortunately, the Liberal didn't think it was urgent. The minister didn't even think it was serious one time. They didn't want to listen to farmers earlier. We asked to have this meeting last week, but we've been refused. Signs were there in the fall that we were facing another impending grain backlog crisis. Farmers are in cash crunch, and our international reputation is eroding. The railways have a responsibility to Canadians, in my opinion, to honor their contracts and to move commodities. That is their mandate. Il y a seulement deux grandes compagnies.
there are only two major railway companies serving all of Canada, and we trust in you to see any type. Even if we can have a 16% increase for the weeks that you have mentioned, it's not enough. You say that a 16% increase for mid-February is good, but as far as I'm concerned, there remains much to be done. I believe that as soon as we became aware of the crisis, we should have asked the minister to intervene, to force the railway companies to act and play the role that is expected of you by all Canadians. My first question is this. The minister sent a letter further to our request to have this emergency committee today, and in that letter, it was asked that you publish on the websites that you have before March 15th. I haven't found that letter published up on your websites. Where is it? To CP. This is to CP, my question.
Letter available on our website. We did so by the 15th. I can get the link for the committee so that you can find where we posted it. But we made that available along with a white paper on
We
the
sent
current
it directly to the minister as well.
Yeah, but it was a request that all the people can easily find it. I didn't find it, so I think most of people.
Apologies, we'll rectify that, but we
Thank you.
Yeah, we definitely.
Next, is it only weather? I just hear from you about weather, and I think in Canada we have this kind of weather since 100 years and more. Can you explain me why this year it's different?
I can explain for CN it wasn't just weather. It was an unprecedented volume increase. We had a view of a much lower volume coming into the system, roughly around 3%. It ended up growing to be 11%. It was a variety of commodities. Weather on top, a more severe weather for us in the last 2 years than in the last 2 years, definitely compounded the fact that we weren't prepared for that volume increase.
And on our side, we would agree that it was more than just weather. There was volume, as we mentioned. We're seeing in some specific parts of our network a very focused increase in demand. We're performing in the northern parts of our operating territory at 30% more grain volume than traditionally moved. This is where the crop is. This is where the crop wants to come from, and that creates some challenges. And then you throw what was worse than a normal winter on top of that. So yes, we have winter every 100 years, but the weather we've seen is on the extreme end of what you experience within those 100 years. I think one of the statistics that we had was that the cold snap we had in December and January was the coldest and the earliest since 1886. And so that's more than 100 years since we've seen an event like that. So it was worse than normal.
Just follow just briefly on that. When you get to below minus 25, it's not a question so much of preparation as it is of physics as well. Metal becomes brittle. You're at risk of derailments, rubber hoses crack and leak. You've got to operate more slowly in order to operate safely. That's just one of the conditions. It's like driving more slowly on the highway during a snowstorm. it's a safety consideration.
Okay, John?
Thank you very much, Luke, and I appreciate everyone being here, explaining some of the situations and some of the steps that you're taking to address that. And I'm happy to see that you're not just blaming winter weather, because that was certainly, a very popular excuse out there, I guess, not necessarily from the rail lines. But the question I have, even if it wasn't from weather, and you're saying there's other things, we started talking about this issue back in October. That we saw certainly from our stakeholder groups and the phone calls that we were getting, and you yourselves have said, we saw this as being a much larger harvest than what we anticipated. You can never predict what the weather is going to do, but the steps you've announced you're going to take last week, why did you not start taking some of these steps in October or even January when we saw these numbers falling below 50%? We've been through this before. You knew some of the steps that you could take. And, there was an article earlier last week that stated the United States National Grain and Feed Association has also called out CNNCP for very aggressive layoffs and service reductions are also impacting your services south of the border. So you've seen some of the issues that you're facing. Why wouldn't you take some of these steps that you announced you're going to take now much earlier in this process? And maybe we would have
Mr.
not
Barlow,
had this here.
we're out of time, so I'll have to move on. Mr. Longfield for 6 minutes.
Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the witnesses today. This is a serious problem that we know that you're working on collaboratively with the government. We've seen evidence of the actions that you committed to taking, that you are taking, and that moving forward, hopefully we'll see Bill C-49 get through the Senate so that we can make further gains in investments. Could you maybe describe, maybe starting with CP, with maybe Mr. Ellis, what the delay in C-49 is meaning to your capital investment programs?
Certainly. At present, again, we don't think of C-49 as a perfect bill. We think that it's a compromise and an appropriate one. But from our perspective, we are eager to go forward and make a capital investment in hopper cars, which is going to increase capacity in the network for grain for the foreseeable future. And we stand ready to deploy anywhere from 1.3 to 1.5 billion over 2018 as soon as we can get the certainty that we need that the bifurcation that is presently within C-49 will come into play.
In terms of bifurcation, we're talking about sharing the benefit of the capital investment with the other rail lines.
Precisely.
Versus being able to have the return going to your shareholders.
That's correct.
Okay, and CN, please.
Yeah, if I may, obviously Bill C-49 being in the Senate, CN's position is very clear, like that pass as soon as possible, and the benefits are probably twofold. First of all, it'll provide additional tools to our customers to hold the railways more accountable, which is not a bad thing in and by itself. I think we're all here today because we recognize we have to be a lot more accountable towards both Parliament but also our customers. And secondly, talking about investment, there's no doubt that this will allow us to probably better prepare, to Mr. Barlow's question. A lot of provisions in C-49 require we provide additional information that Transport Canada can help us obviously better forecast, better plan our demands, not alone, but with them obviously.
Right.
And I think, the investments are required, and therefore, as we better understand the weakness of the supply chain, we as a railway can help invest the parts we have to invest to, but more importantly, realize that, we're only as strong as our weakest link. So obviously, there are weak links in the supply chain. We can't just hide behind them. We must address them together for the benefit of farmers and Canadian markets.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Finn. Maybe to compare to the solution last time where previous government was putting an order in council and threats of fines and punishment in terms of not meeting service requirements. What effect did that have on the overall volumes last time?
Well, if I may, in 2014, obviously, as we had the order in council, I'll talk about CN, we committed on a weekly basis under the order in council to move X amount of metric tons of grain. Obviously, when it came into effect in March of 2014, weather broke 2 weeks later, and all the grain was moved before the end of the crop year. So, one would argue that we'll use it at CN. Press releases don't move grain. People on our locomotives do.
Right.
I guess the same comment would be ordering councils don't move grain. It requires that the railways, face the issues up front and decide, that we have to do so in a very organized fashion. So, obviously, in 2014, you can debate whether it was required or not. But as soon as the weather broke, both railways started moving the grain. We didn't stop until the grain crop was over, by the end of July. So that's probably a good example where, it wasn't the Order in Council that provoked us to move grain more. It's the fact that the weather broke and we could make longer trains and serve the farmers and customers in a better fashion.
I'm originally from Winnipeg and did some work on hydraulics and pneumatics in the Weston yards, in the Symington yards, worked on the Transcona yards. There are ways of getting compressed air through brake lines when it gets cold, but there are constraints on contraction between tracks and wheels and equipment. Could you maybe speak to maybe what might have been done in terms of putting intermediate compressors within the car system, things that you might have tried to solve the technical part of cold temperature operation?
I'm going to go first, James. Go ahead. We have been investing in mid-train remote distributive locomotives for the last many years, as have my friends at CP. The ability to place that air compressor in the middle of a train allows you to continue to run the same length you run all year round. On top of that, what we've built in-house over the last few years are air compressor boxcars, of which we're going to increase that fleet by 50%. But I mean, we've been we've incrementally over the last few years really focused on ways to make, to reduce the amount of issues we have due to the air compaction, as you say.
And this is unique to Canada. You could almost say, and maybe parts of Russia. Comments on how Canada is actually leading in innovation in this area?
Yeah, not well enough, but yes.
Right.
Absolutely.
Further investments are required.
Yeah, we fully understand that 3 to 4 months a year we have this issue that we have to deal with, and we will not be sitting back at any given time and not taking the necessary, or not just necessary action, but again, trying to innovate, trying to use whatever technology means that we can in order to reduce the amount of not just complexity, but the effect that severe winters have on just the nature of railroading itself.
Very quickly, Mr. Clements, maybe we could bridge into we have a motion on our floor. We're going to be beginning a study on getting to $75 billion in exports, needing new technology. Rail will be a part of that. Any quick comments on that?
Yeah, a couple of quick comments. When we made the call for the National Trade Corridor Fund, I think you have to look at Vancouver and what the opportunities are to continue to enhance the capacity out that end of the supply chain. That's going to be one of the most critical components. So as we said in our remarks, we would encourage looking at investments that debottleneck. And for CP, one challenge I think that we have to think about is we have West Coast Express, a commuter rail operation that shares our line between Port of Coquitlam and the waterfront. And that's very valuable capacity both for the passengers that utilize that service and for the rail. And how do we enhance the capacity in that corridor?
Thank you, Mr. Clement. Thank you, Mr. Longfield. Mr. McGregor, for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for appearing today. 4 years ago, over the winter of 2013-2014, we had a similar situation. I believe you appeared before the committee then. I just want to know what lessons did you learn from that incident? And if you did learn them, why are we here again asking you similar questions?
I can start there. One of the biggest challenges we had was how we work with our customers and communicate in terms of what we're doing in creating expectations and an understanding of capacity. We had what we called open request system for car orders back then, and the numbers that people brought to this committee, I think, were like 120,000 orders behind. We felt that was a very ineffective way to express what was going on with our network and also didn't align stakeholder interests. Today, 80% of our grain volume moves in what we call the dedicated train program. We feel that's very innovative in that it aligns our interests and the customer's interests. They actually control the cars that are in that train. And so if they can get a car unloaded more quickly, it's back at an elevator more quickly. And then obviously we have a component in there that we have to deliver. That innovative contract also does have reciprocal performance penalties in it. So we've made commitments to our customers about what we're going to do with that train set, and they've made commitments about how they're going to fill that and use that set as well. So that is a major change in the system, and we feel it gives the participants in the supply chain a better understanding of how we work.
Anything from CN quickly?
We're exactly the same. 90% of our grain business is contracted. To James's point, reciprocal penalties are in place. The idea is to best make use of the capacity in the fleet. The one thing that we continue to learn is to understand our capacity and resiliency better. And so again, I go back to the unprecedented volume increase. That's really focused our attention to having a much more robust forecast and capacity model, and that's what we're working on right now.
Thank you. Now, both of your companies have stated that you're in the process of hiring new crews, leasing or buying new locomotives. Since the last grain crisis, what has been the net trend for both of your companies in terms of the number of locomotives you've operated and the crews you've retained? Have we seen dips? And now that you're reacting to this again, having to rehire, I'd like to know the net trend over the last 4 years.
I don't know the absolute net trend from 2012 till now. You know, CP went through an unprecedented change in our operating model with precision schedule railroading. You can't compare how CP was operating back then to how we're operating now. We've made vast improvements in our efficiency and effectiveness. But in the last couple of years, we did actually have a period of declining demand. And as it's been rebounding, we have been adding back locomotives in a fairly significant way over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and we're not a lot different. We had 6 quarters of either flat or decreasing volume demand. So, and I can't really give you on retention. However, our focus is to be ahead of that curve, not get caught as short as we have been.
Yeah, because, you know, I represent a riding on coastal British Columbia. This issue is going all the way to the coast. All around my riding in the Gulf Islands, we've got tankers at anchorages that are very rarely used. And if you look at English Bay in Vancouver, it's chock-a-block full. So this is going all the way down to the west coast. You know, a lot of, in your statement, you have been stating that, well, if C-49 is passed and we pledge to do better and we're investing this, it seems to be very reactive to the situation at hand. I'm just wondering, like, are we going to be in this situation in another 4 years where we have to ask you to come again before the committee? Because, yes, you know that at minus 25 you have to shorten your speeds and decrease the length of the train, but anyone who lives in Canada in the winter knows that we have this on a regular basis. But if you know the long-term trend of what our country is hoping to do, we're hoping to increase our exports, but we're still operating in that same environment. So I want to be assured that we're not going to revisit this situation in another 4 years, and I hope that instead of being reactive to the situation at hand, you are going to be very much proactive so that in 2023 we don't have to repeat the same exercise.
If I may, we have taken, very concrete steps since 2014. Give an example, CN's annual capital investment, last year was $2.7 billion. This year will be $3.2, increased by $500 million. When you say a big number of capital, you realize, it's a great network that we're investing in, but clearly it's where you invest the capital that makes a difference for resilience and fluidity. So under Mike Corey's leadership and Jean-Jacques, no doubt that we've looked at, what are our capital constraints? Where are the bottlenecks we can address very quickly? So you're going to see, as of this spring, reactions being made. It is true, somewhat reactive from what happened this fall, but the big difference this fall was this unforeseen surge in traffic that we had to address as we went along here and as winter hit. But it's important to realize that this year at $3.2 billion, that's way more than 20% of our gross revenues, which is probably a rule of thumb for some of the railways in North America. So we're putting more capital to ensure that we can address the bottleneck issues. We're hiring employees at a rate we haven't seen for many years. And when we hire a railroader, he's on the property or she's on the property many years to come. So I think that the big difference compared to 2014 is 2014, we had increase in volumes and all of a sudden a dip, and all of a sudden we didn't react quickly enough. So I think this time the railroaders in the room have probably learned a lesson that we have to be more early on, reinvest, see the trends coming earlier. And part of Bill C-49 will be this exchange of information between us, Transport Canada, and our customers to try and get a better feel of, what's the contingency plan if we do have an increase in volumes, and how do we address this? But I think the best answer to your question is the railways must invest in the network at a point to avoid the bottlenecks so we can face the surge traffic as it comes along.
Thank you, Mr. Finn. Thank you, Mr. McGregor. Mr. Pesci-Solido for 6 minutes.
Sure, thank you. And I'd like to thank our guests for being here today. I'd like to begin, Mr. Chair, by following up on Mr. Barlow and Mr. McGregor's approach. We've seen this movie before. And I'm kind of struck on why we actually have to be here. I understand there's a bill that's coming out and the Senate should act. But we have two major companies that have dealt with this before, and we've needed a minister to come out and say, hey, guys, we need an actual plan out here and get it done. I think the main concern is that farmers and Canadians want an assurance that we have a backlog. Let's get rid of the backlog and make sure it doesn't happen again. I appreciate the minutia. My question is to both lines. How can you guarantee or assure farmers in a plan that A, you're going to get rid of the backlog, and B, we're not going to be here again in 2 or 3 years with other surges?
Okay, well, I'll speak on our behalf. We have made and we've made considerable strides in the last 3 weeks since the bottoming out in February. And I think James mentioned it earlier, everywhere from having retired employees come back to delaying vacation to the hiring that we're doing, the leasing of locomotives. Everything we're doing right now is to clear the backlog. Longer term, and I go back to my counterpart Sean's comments about the exchange of information and how crucial it is so that we do have a better planning horizon, that we can actually continue to invest in the right places, and that's our commitment. We are. This year will, to Sean's point, is the biggest capital program we've had. Much of it is in those locations in Western Canada that felt more than 11% volume growth, in some areas a 20 to 25% volume growth. So our focus is pinpointed, but having the right information at the right time allows us to plan better for the future. But I can assure you, we will clear the backlog. Our focus is on that, and we won't stop until it's done.
And on our side, I'd make the same comments. We look forward and continue to plan, and the more information and the more visibility and understanding of what the changes are, we're I call it capitalists out here. We want to make money, so not moving demand isn't in the interests of our shareholders, and so we're going to go through a process to ensure that we can understand that demand and rise to the challenge and move that demand for our customers and for the economy of Canada.
I'm blessed to represent a riding called Steveston East Richmond. It's right underneath Vancouver. And we had Minister Garneau in the area to announce a review of ports and Port Metro Vancouver. So I spent a good chunk of the past 2 weeks calling and speaking with farmers in the east part of Richmond and in Steveston, talking about issues relating to farming, Port Metro Vancouver. And I was actually struck that they were talking about movement of grain. And they're concerned that if it can happen to grain farmers, it worries them. And the group of folks that I have the most trouble with getting a meeting with are farmers, because they're always working. They work really, really hard. And the farming population in Steveston, East Richmond isn't that large. Geographically, it's large, but just a few thousand. But they work very, very hard. The question that I have for you guys is, how can we as a government be helpful to you in making sure that this never happens again?
If I may, one comment I'd make, obviously passing Bill C-49 through the House of Commons as quickly as possible would be a good step in the right direction, first of all. Secondly, I think that, again, part of that bill will require that the railways exchange information. And we realize today, this impacts farmers, but not just the farming community. Also, it impacts Canada's reputation abroad. So I think for us at CN to realize that, when we do this, we don't just impact our local customers, it impacts our reputation, around the world. And it's important that the railways and the supply chain realize that, customers around the world have choices. Canada is a great place to enter North America and to have access to 2 great railways. But if we can't deliver the goods, we're going to have an issue going forward. So I think an acknowledgement of part of, I'll talk about behalf of CN, on part of our board of directors with a very a decisive step made 2 weeks ago, changing the leadership. And secondly, within 2 days, coming out and saying we realize that as part of our DNA to move Canada's goods to market is a message saying we have a role to play to ensure Canada's reputation abroad is what it should be. And you can't just have talk, you have to make sure you deliver on that. So I guess my answer to your question is you have a commitment on the part of CN to ensure that, that's always in the back of our minds. All 22,000 railroads at CN realize it's not just about serving customers, it's about serving all of Canada.
In terms of what the government is First I'd say is that we have 12,000 railroaders, men and women, that are out there tirelessly working to move all the commodities that are produced in Canada and across this country, not just grain. But in terms of how do we move forward, there's some initiatives around supply chain visibility. And so it's not just about measuring the railways, it's creating visibility to the health of the entire chain and understanding what's going on so that everybody can make decisions that optimize the utilization of the resources that are out there, rather than just focusing on an individual rail's performance.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Madame Nassif, 6 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
6 minutes. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for coming to see us today. My question is for Mr. Finn and Mr. Poirier. You have talked about 6 million grain cars. What is your maximum capacity? During February, we had 3,400 that were placed during the more intensive period, and we also had up to 4,000. At times, we can have up to 5,000, but really, at the worst point of the winter, we have about 4,000 cars moving. It's clear now that winter is starting to fade. And so our capacity with better weather will mean that we should be able to move some 6,000 cars per week. We have to get them to market. It's not sufficient just to move them. Mike Corey's team and all of our railroaders work together towards this target of 5,000 cars during coming weeks. But we're quite happy with what is coming up now. But 4,000 is the regular target for February. We were able to meet that and exceed that target in February, so it can happen. But we have committed to the market that we will be able to move some 5,000 or more cars per week. Another question for CP. What is the cause of the most disappointing performance that you had this winter? We know what the rigors of winter are here, but the crisis of 2013-2014, how did this winter compare to that crisis?
The performance that challenged us the most, we had a period of about 10 days or so where we had a series of multiple derailments in Western Canada, and that was the most challenging period of time that we had. If you look at the statistics, we really experienced a sharp drop and then a continuous sort of rebound as we've recovered from the backlogs that were created there. So in that period when it was cold, it was snowy, and then we had multiple incidents across the network occurring in close proximity. That was really the challenge. So we would have said it was episodic. In 2013-14, I would have said we were still moving record amounts of grain. We'd never moved as much grain as we did that winter in any other previous period prior to that. We've subsequently done better than that. So we weren't disappointed. It was just that there was an intense focusing of demand in a small period of time. Back then we got off to a start where there wasn't demand in August, if you will. So that focusing of demand was different in terms of the time period that grain wanted to move, whereas this year we had an episodic event on our railway that created a backlog that we now have to work forward from.
Merci. Monsieur Corey aussi.
To Mr. Corey, you mentioned earlier that you were disappointed because of the situation of the supply chain. Can you just elaborate on what your disappointment meant? Can you tell us about that?
Disappointed that we're not meeting the expectations of the, not just the supply chain, but specifically of our customers. As James mentioned, we had a pretty tough run from late October in the fall. Again, we had unprecedented volumes that we were moving, but then we ran into a series of incidents that took us into some very cold weather in December. and effectively shut us down around Christmas time. Around Christmas time, the railways generally only shut down for 24 hours. But because of the extreme cold, we were unable to get our railway back going for a good 10 days until we saw some better weather in January. And then January, we knew we had high volumes. We took action, as much action as we could, because there are lead times to bring on crews, to bring on locomotives. But we started to take, or that some of that action we took in previous months started to come through. And then February, we had a good 18 days of extreme cold and snow, to the point that that was my biggest disappointment in what we did in the prairies, because that's where the grain originates. Very northern climes. It's where the grain originates from, and we did not have the resiliency in our network to withstand what the cold was doing to slowing our trains down. And that's our focus going
À vous
forward.
deux, CN et CP, que faites-vous pour que la loi
To both CN and CP, what would you do to see C49 pass as quickly as possible? We're not blaming winter, but we have to recognize that we did face a rigorous one, and we would want to be able to increase the number of locomotives available for us. So really the stakes here, it's not so much the winter per se, but it's the rigors of it and the consequences. For the House, well, we produced a variety of briefs, and we tried to convince people of our needs. We have spent a great deal of time in meeting with senators, explaining what the difficulties are to them and what the stakes are. It's clear that railways don't want to see an additional increase in a sense, but what we have to do is to be able to accelerate our operations to meet challenges. There's something that Mike Corey would be able to tell you after 25 years. It's the lack of exchanged information that has hurt us all. Thank you so much. Mr. Berthold, thank you very much, Chair. Just a little fact that I want to mention. It's quite true. It's not so much we've looked for your letter on the French site for CN, and it's just not there. So can you correct the situation, please?
A chance to answer my initial question. And Mr. Corey, you touched on it yourself that it takes 6 months to train a train crew. So why did you not, when we saw these numbers in October, why did you, CN and CP, not act on this sooner rather than doing these things now?
We did. We acted on it before October. And it's not just a train crew, it's locomotives. And on top of that, then the lead time for track capacity can be upwards of 12 to 18 months. We did everything possible that we could to inject the resources, actually starting back late summer, I'd say in early fall. We were able to withstand the volume, again, that came at us. And then once winter hit, the resources that we brought in weren't near as productive as if we had them in the summer. So for us, the key is to build track capacity and resiliency, and that's what we're doing, on top of locomotives and people.
Thanks.
And similarly to what Mike said, we started training crews in the fall, or hiring crews for the training process, and it is 6 to 9 months before they're a productive operator on a train. So we started in the fall, and we also started bringing on locomotives. We did have a forecast in terms of demand, and as I think we said in our remarks, the volumes were bigger. The other thing that happened is, I would call it an event, and that was the failure of the Keystone Pipeline that resulted in, when it restarted, 80% capacity. So that 20% loss created a sudden spike in demand because of a change in the pricing of crude oil, and that was unforeseen. And so we also then reacted as a result of the changes in demand that event created.
Okay, thanks. And so it would go to that the changes you announced on Friday could take months and weeks to come into effect, because if you're talking about October. But I want to give the rest of my time to my colleague, Mr. Grecian.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you being here. As was mentioned earlier, trade is such a critical component, and we've known since 2013 that things were going to get turned around and things are going in the right direction, but it doesn't seem as though some of the logistics in CN and CP have perhaps kept up with that. You speak to the transparency between your company, Transport Canada, and the customers. I think one of the concerns we have, and again, as a farmer, and I have both CN and CP going right beside me, there's issues. Elevator agents are concerned, the producers are concerned. We even have municipalities that are concerned when you start taking lines out and then all that shipment then ends up being on trucks rather than on rail cars. And the other issue, again, they're starting to look at moving train intermodally. As soon as that happens, we find out that the CP has raised the cost of intermodal transport by 10%. At least that's what we were told. So part of the question might be whether or not that is true. Again, but just to comment on the demurrage issues that we have, that cost is going to the farmer. Elevator agents, when we talk to them, it's could be 4 or 5 times that they are told that there's a different time that the train is going to come. They're the ones that are going to call the farmers and say, well, here's when you're going to have to be able to deliver this and going to have this opportunity. So that's where the frustration comes. And we can talk about, well, it has to do with weather and it has to do with other issues, but it doesn't seem to be as though that plan has getting down to where it has to go. So I guess my basic question is, when we know that it's so important, we've got lumber, fertilizer, oil products, and that was just mentioned here a moment ago about the concerns about not having pipelines. You can't run lumber down a pipeline. You can't put barley down a pipeline. So when you're starting to talk about these issues, how is it that you're bringing all of it together so that the ultimate person that is really depending on this is not the shippers, but the farmers are going to be looked after?
The big focus that we have is, and I mentioned precision scheduled railroad is delivering to that first promised delivery time of the train. And, that's something that we're focused on. We measure internally all the time our what we call trip plan performance. And so we recognize we have to, deliver to what we promise, and we're focused on improving versus where we are today on that delivery time.
I'll say it one more time. We apologize seriously for not meeting the expectations of all the supply chains we're in. And we take it extremely serious. And our capital investment that we're making, that we'll continue to make, our belief that we need to have integrated information views so that we can stay ahead, that's really at the backbone of what we're trying to do. But please understand, the entire CN team, This is about recovery and then taking all necessary steps for it not to happen again.
Just a moment. CP has said, and both of you have said really that what's, about the concerns of the expected demand and so on. And we talk about the steps you're going to take to adequately forecast and plan for bumper crops in the future. Well, who is it that's doing your analysis right now? Because they haven't really got it straight. And so I'm kind of curious about where it's going to be in the future.
If I may, this isn't just about grain. This is intermodal. This is, James mentioned earlier, energy markets. These are markets that, for us, every one of them hit records. And so it's more than just one commodity. We run a network. We have, whether it's shared assets over track, shared assets over locomotives or people, this is more encompassing than just one commodity. So our view is that having more information from the supply chains, and it's reciprocal and shared, building integrated models so that we can actually see it better than what took us by surprise this year, is really the way to the future.
Thank you, Mr. Corey. Thank you, Mr. Dreschen. And now, Monsieur Drouin pour 6 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Drouin, 6 minutes.
I was at the Chateau listening to your former CEO, Claude Mongeon, advocating for less regulations. And now I'm hearing, if I'm hearing correctly, is we want more regulations, we want C-49 passed, which is more regulations, in order for us to invest. And I'm just wondering, what is the uncertainty in C-49 that you believe may not pass, or that C-49 will not pass? And why are you waiting until C-49 to pass to make those investments?
I'll talk for CN. We're not waiting for C-49 to pass. We're going to invest $250 million in the network just following our announcement 2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
$3.2 billion for the year, so we're not waiting for C49 to pass. But no doubt that C49, it comes out of, a consultation by the minister and by David Emerson over almost a 2-year period of, how is the environment working today? And clearly, we came out publicly saying we don't like to have regulation. We don't think regulation moves more product. But what we're saying is there are provisions of C49 that, for example, will increase the amount of information to be exchanged with respect to the supply chain, allowing both Transport Canada, us, and our customers to have contingency plans to face, issues that come up. So there are provisions of C49. It's a balanced bill. We don't like all of it. That's normal. But there are provisions. And my good friend Claude Mongeau has said to you, regulation is not bad, but ultimately you want commercial relations between the railways, grain companies, ultimately between the railways and the farmers to dictate in an open market, how we make sure that we serve our customers. Ultimately, we'll serve the customers because it's in our best interest to do so. And I said to you before, because Canada reputation depends on it. But I think there are provisions of C49 which allow our customers to have measures to make us more accountable, which we're saying not a bad thing. We're not looking for a re-regulate the whole industry, but there are areas where we think there can be improved to get a better exchange of information between the railways and our customers.
Yeah, and just briefly in the regulated grain space, so already an area where there is regulation, we're prevented from recouping our investment in grain cars. It's essentially, in economics, it's a free rider problem, so that we can't recoup our direct investment. So that's what we want to have corrected by C49 on the discrete issue of investing in hopper cars. That said, since 2012, we've invested close to $7 billion generally in our infrastructure, and the other items that James referred to around investment in people and the network, those are ongoing. And actually, I think Canada benefits from the fact that the rail industry, rather than relying on taxes, makes this significant commercial investment annually in the network.
Okay. And there's, I've heard a lot of you talk about weaknesses in the supply chain, and can you elaborate to me, what are some of those weaknesses in the supply chain? And I've heard data sharing is one of them, but where exactly in the supply chain you feel that the problem is?
The biggest challenge is in the Lower Mainland, there's a number of bottlenecks and other constraints that affect the fluidity of the traffic in and out of that area and in and out of various facilities. So it's enhancing the road rail interface by grade separations as an example. For us on the South Shore, one of the projects that's been suggested is improving the alignment of rail and road infrastructure on what we call the waterfront, the area by the intermodal terminals and the grain elevators, so again, that we can move trains more efficiently. And so these are multi-stakeholder investments that need to take place that will then de-bottleneck the operations in that area.
And do you believe that over the next year or next 2 or 3 years, those investments will be made, or?
At this point in time, again, they're multi-stakeholder investments. There's a number of National Trade Corridor Fund requests that have identified significant investment that would help de-bottleneck. There hasn't been an announcement or a decision yet around which projects are going to proceed.
Mr. Corey, do you have anything else to add?
Same thing. We operate in the same areas in Vancouver. But when I talk about sharing of information, it's that integrated view of what the future beholds for the commodity. We need that. We're very capital intensive. And it's not that we aren't going to invest. We want to make sure we make pinpointed investments to get the most return for not just us, but the stakeholders, shareholder, supply chain groups that we work with. We play a big part in the investment part. So it's information.
Okay. And if I've heard you correctly, the lack of cars or the lack of companies being able to supply the current demand is not specific to only the grain sector, right? It impacted all sectors of your business?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
So the oil sector has been impacted?
Absolutely.
Okay. And what are they suggesting other solutions in terms, are you hearing, what are your other customers saying in order to fix that?
They're unhappy also. So whether it's high port dwell with containers in Vancouver, ships in the Burrard Inlet, it's lumber that's sitting on the ground that's trying to move. This is a capacity and resiliency issue that you get the right amount of locomotives, people, and cars, the faster you go, the more reliably you go, and that's where we've fallen.
Okay, great. Mr. Chair, I'm done. Thank you.
Well, thank you. This will wrap up our first round of questions. I would certainly want to thank CN and CP for coming over and giving us an update as to where it is with the shippers, with the rails, and I want to thank you on such a short notice, and hopefully the weather and also the shipping will start going better from here on. So thank you so much. We shall break and be back. It's just a quick break and come back right away. We want to move on with our other panel. Suspend. Come to our second hour. Just before we move on, as most of you know, we have a vote, an upcoming vote. I think we have to leave at 5:15? 6:15. 6:15, yes. And so we will not conclude, we'll suspend, and then we'll be back after the vote. So just to give you a heads up on that. And also, we will move from the Agriculture Producer Association of Saskatchewan from the last hour to the I guess third hour, which will balance more per hour panel. So if everybody's okay, we'll get going. So in our second hour, we have from the Canadian Canola Growers Association, Mr. Rick White, Chief Executive Officer. Welcome, Mr. White. Also from the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, who needs no introduction, Mr. Ron Bonnet. Thank you for being here, Ron. And G3 Canada Limited, Mark Dick, Senior Director of Logistics. And also from the Western Grain Elevator Association, Tyler Jorgensen, a consultant. So welcome to you both. And we shall start, Mr. White, if you wish, up to 7 minutes each for an introduction.
Okay, and thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of this committee. My name is Rick White. I'm the CEO of the Canadian Canola Growers Association. And thank you for inviting me here today to contribute to your committee's investigation into the current grain transportation backlog. The Canadian Canola Growers Association is a national association governed by a board of farmer directors that represents the voice of Canada's 43,000 canola farmers from Ontario west to British Columbia. In crop year 2017-18, Canadian farmers harvested an estimated 21.3 million tons of canola, and that is an all-time record. Canada is the world's largest exporter of this highly valued oilseed, and we grow a truly global crop. In any given year, over 90% of Canadian canola in the form of the raw seed or the processed products of canola oil or canola meal is ultimately destined for export markets in more than 50 countries around the world. Canola farmers critically rely on rail transportation to move our products to customers and keep those products price competitive within the global oilseed market. We have no other alternative. The competitiveness and reliability of the canola industry, which currently contributes over $26 billion annually to the Canadian economy, is highly dependent on this supply chain providing timely, efficient, and reliable service. Last year, Canada's railways transported over 50.7 million tons of grain originating in Western Canada. It is a complex system, but we need to make it work to the benefit of all parties and the broader national economy as a whole. Farmers occupy a unique position in the grain supply chain, and this is what fundamentally differentiates this supply chain from other commodities. Farmers are not the legal shippers, but we bear the cost of transport, as it is reflected in the price we are offered for our products from the buyers of our grains and oilseeds, who are the shippers. Simply put, farmers do not book the train or boat, but they ultimately pay for it. Transportation and logistics costs, whatever they may be at a point in time, are passed back and paid for by the farmer. Transportation of grain is one of several commercial elements that directly affects the price offered to farmers across Western Canada. And when issues arise in the supply chain, the price farmers receive for their grain can drop even at times where commodity prices may be high in the global marketplace. Further, another transportation-related issue for farmers is that until their grain is delivered to the buyer, they are not paid. Cash flow depends on grain delivery, regardless of the terms or dates that may be specified on a contract. When the transportation issues disrupt the typical commercial flow out of a bulk elevator or process facility, it affects the ability of the buyer to accept the contracted grain and in the agreed-upon window, as there may be no physical space available. When this becomes highly unpredictable or there is a sustained lack of rail service, weeks or months in length, the reverberations of this extend back directly to the farm gate. It also extends forward to final purchasers in export markets as grains do not arrive when planned, damaging the reputation of Canada as a solid and dependable source. This is a primary reason why Western Canadian farmers have such an interest in transportation. It directly affects personal farmer income, and beyond that, they critically rely on the service of Canada's railways to move grain to export position. The last several years of reasonably good overall total movement and relative fluidity of the supply chain should not lessen our focus on seeking to improve and do better, as a sector and a nation, as fundamental issues continue to exist. The current transportation predicament can easily or essentially be grouped into three related but separate issues. Firstly, there is the current rail service issues that have created a backlog of grain. Secondly, the need for immediate government action. And thirdly, the linkage to Bill C-49. Starting with rail service, one of Canada's Class 1 railways has incurred what we can politely characterize as a system-wide sustained operational failure on their network. As they have conceded, this was largely a problem of their own internal business forecasting and planning, which then was exacerbated by the effects of annual winter operations and various other disruptions. The other has had better performance overall this year, but at times still at unacceptable levels. The dismal service levels send signals to elevators to not accept grain, and in turn to producers to not ship grain. Producers that need to pay bills and purchase inputs for seeding cannot, due to no fault of their own, and there are no options. Poor rail service causes disruptions in the market for producers, for shippers, and for our export customers. The level of service seen over the past period has been simply unacceptable. In terms of the second issue, the role for government starts with a recognition that Canada is served by two major railways that operate essentially monopoly positions. There are no alternatives to move the large volumes of grain. Governments need to play a role in balancing the power of these railways, and we were pleased that Ministers Macaulay and Garneau have directly communicated with the railways and demanded an action plan. But this should not be needed. Rail should move regularly, predictably, on a permanent basis, and C-49 can help in that regard. For farmers impacted by the poor rail service, cash flow can be a problem. A proactive policy measure available to government could be to increase the maximum limit available under the well-established federal advance payment program. The increase would expand farmers' access to competitive financing while the backlog clears the system, maintaining flexibility in grain marketing and farm management, and be at no cost and low risk to the government. The program maximum is currently set at $400,000. Aside from the transportation challenges being discussed today, there's a compelling business case for an increase, and it already exists. Since the limit was last set in 2006, farm size and demographics have evolved, farm expenses have grown, inflation has increased, and the grain marketing environment has become more volatile. A limit increase would work to ensure that the program remains relevant and continues to help farmers finance their operating requirements, especially in times like these. Increasing the limit would provide an additional tool for farmers to manage cash flow and finalize 2018 production plans with spring seeding close on the horizon. As the railways have committed to take steps to improve service, action plans are already set in motion to obtain resourcing, and with winter almost over, we expect to begin seeing service improvements in the coming weeks. An increase to the limit under APP program could offer a tool to help farmers that have been directly affected by the current backlog.
Mr. White, I'm going to have to ask you to please complete because we got four, so if you can complete.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And lastly, looking forward, Canada must continue to find ways to address the fundamental problem of railway market power and the resulting lack of competitive forces in the rail freight service marketplace. C-49 appears to make progress in several areas towards this goal and does reflect a consideration of what the Canadian rail shippers and the grain industry have been telling successive governments for years about the core of the imbalanced relationship. Bill C-49 is designed to balance two competing interests, that of the shipper and that of the rail service provider. The true measure of success will likely take years to fully gauge. The reliability of our transportation system affects buyer confidence in the global Canadian brand. We know because we directly hear about it. CCGA encourages the Senate and government to work together to ensure Bill C-49 passes and becomes law as soon as possible. This is the long-term fix to the problems that we have today. We need it passed, and we need it passed before this session is over.
Thank you, Mr. White. Thank you so much. Mr. Bonnet, 7 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee, for inviting me to talk about rail transportation and how C-49 can help prevent the same chaotic situation from happening again. Right now, demurrage costs for vessels waiting at port are escalating. Farmers are experiencing significant disruption in their cash flow, and international markets are yet again facing volatile delivery dates. You'll hear more about this in later presentations. We are here today because a mere 4 years after an unprecedented breakdown in rail transportation amounting to billions of dollars of losses to the Canadian agriculture economy, we are on the verge of exactly the same disaster. The Canadian Transportation Agency, CTA, held a review, and 3 years ago, the agriculture industry submitted 10 recommendations to the Canadian Transportation Act review, which, if implemented in their entirety, would most certainly help prevent this near repeat of a 2013-2014 disaster. Incidentally, recommendation number 1, to give CTA own motion authority, which I'll address in more detail shortly, would have prevented the current disastrous scenario because everyone, including CTA, were aware of a pending crisis as early as last October. The railways were either unaware or didn't care, knowing the grain would wait. For the short term, to solve the current crisis, we asked the Minister to look at all options available. If that means mandating volume, we simply ask that it be done strategically to ensure that all geographic areas and commodities are equally well serviced. Secondly, FCC and several banks have already announced various mitigation programs, and CFA would support Rick's comments about the cash advance payments program to address any cash flow issues farmers may be experiencing, and would support the expansion and higher levels recommended. For the long term, the needs have changed. At first, it was thought that just an immediate implementation of C-49 would serve us well, and perhaps even prevent a repeat of 2013-2014. And there was an urgent push to pass legislation quickly, even at the expense of several important amendments. Not everyone believes that that is the key thing right now. We have to ensure that C-49 has the tools to prevent the current crisis from happening again. As it is currently written, it does not, as confirmed by many industry players, including CN at the CFA annual meeting, when they said the passage of C-49 would not have avoided the current crisis. They went on to say that only end-to-end data collection, analysis, and fact-based decision-making could solve the problem. This sounds like a ringing endorsement to give CTA own motion authority, since for the data to have any value, someone has to have the authority to investigate and mandate solutions before a problem has started. And so, honourable members, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture recommends the following with some urgency. First, C-49 be amended to give CTA investigative authority and the authority to act on those findings by mandating solutions. For example, investigative authority to be able to request information and data relevant and robust enough to provide a clear picture of transportation logistics, and own motion authority to proactively mandate solutions. And the second is to expedite the passage of the bill after inclusion of industry-submitted amendments. Allow me to quote the Canadian Transportation Act review, which recommended amending the Canada Transportation Act to confer upon the agency investigative powers and the authority to act on the agency's own motion and on an ex parte basis, as well as to address issues on a systematic basis and issue genuine orders. The agency itself has requested own motion powers in its most recent annual report, highlighting it as a major weakness in its ability to discharge regulatory responsibility. Shippers from across all sectors broadly support that request. This amendment will assure that the regulator has the authority to proactively monitor the system, identify and investigate problems before they become a crisis, and take necessary action. Own motion authorities are not exceptional powers in the Canadian economic regulation. Other expert quasi-judicial tribunals and regulators often have broader own motion authorities. The agency's predecessor, the National Transportation Agency, had broad powers to address problems without a formal complaint. The National Energy Board and Canadian Radio, Television, Telecommunications Commission have the power to act without complaint to address issues within their jurisdictions. So to reiterate, an extension of the agency's own motion authority would allow for proactive solutions and inquiries where there are reasonable grounds for believing a problem might exist. Such grounds could include statistical evidence, a pattern of complaints, or consistent and credible media reports regarding transportation service providers' financial difficulties or service failings. We further support amendments suggested by various industry players, including to the long-haul interswitch provision and inclusion of pulse crops in the MRE, which will help make our own grain transportation network more competitive and more capable of serving our growing international markets. The CFA dismisses the argument that amendments will delay the passage of the bill. Members know that it does not have to be the case. Amendments suggested to date have been made by knowledgeable industry players striving to build an effective competitive transportation network and to provide confidence we need as we continue to grow our international markets. So in conclusion, the excuses of winter weather, unexpected yields don't pass the smell test. The real reason? Cutting costs to increase shareholder value rather than focusing on customer service is much clearer. Information, including higher than expected yields, inventory, and grain movement requirements compared to previous years, was well known by industry players as early as last October. The fact is, we can no longer depend on railways to get it right without significant regulatory legislative guidance and authority.
Thank you, Mr. Bonnet, for the presentation. Mr. Dick, now for 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for the invitation to be here today to speak about the grain backlog. My name is Mark Dick. I am the Senior Director of Logistics for G3 Canada Limited. G3 Canada Limited was formed through the combination of the former CWB along with Bunge Canada's grain assets, funded by two strategic shareholders, Bunge and Salic, with the long-term vision of establishing a state-of-the-art grain handling company in Canada and a new competitor for Canadian grain farmers. The G3 transportation model was developed well in advance of the formation of G3 in 2015. G3's strategy was formed on the heels of the bumper crop in 2013-14, when the Canadian grain handling system's fundamental weaknesses were highlighted through shipping and rail backlogs. The government of the time intervened with Bill C-30 to further regulate the Canadian grain handling system with minimum volume requirements to address the short-term issue, which did have some unintended consequences. Service levels did increase. However, they may have at any rate, as it coincided with warmer weather and the reopening of the Port of Thunder Bay. We believe the regulation never solved the fundamental problems in the industry. Western Canada is blessed with an abundance of natural resources. The markets for those resources largely rely on Pacific export corridors, and grain must compete with other commodities for a scarce resource, rail capacity. G3 is making investments to address some of these issues and ensure that grain handling remains competitive with other industries in Canada. We believe the fundamental issues are as follows. Insufficient improvements have been made in the grain industry to invest in efficiency improvements. The last major port terminal construction was in the early 1980s. Much of the port terminal infrastructure dates from the mid-1950s or earlier, when the industry was still moving grain in boxcars. They have been upgraded since, but not to the same standard as other resources such as coal and potash. Inland primary elevators are of a newer vintage, with most dating to the mid-1990s to the early 2000s, but many small shippers still exist. And the logistical technology that is incorporated at these elevators has failed to keep pace with other industries, relying on ladder tracks and breaking trains apart. This slows the loading process for grain and is exacerbated in the cold Canadian winters when it is difficult to air up the train when it is being reassembled. Supply of grain does not enter the grain handling system in a steady state. Market conditions are such that demand for rail capacity is generally higher in the fall and winter months. The surge capacity required to effectively conduct these exports, particularly off the West Coast, does not exist today. Terminals are generally operating at or near capacity. This problem will continue to grow as the production levels in Canada continue to increase. Earlier this crop year, we saw that farmers were tight holders of grain during what has historically been a very busy season immediately following harvest. The volume started to shake loose at the same time that Western Canada entered winter. The railroads did not have the capacity to service such a spike, following a slower than expected delivery in the early fall period. So if these are the fundamental issues, what are the solutions? Firstly, it's important to recognize that the situation is not as dire as it was in 2013-14. Production in Western Canada in 2017 was 70.9 million metric tons, down about 1% from last year, but about 3% above the 5-year average. According to Quorum Corporation, the federally appointed grain monitor, Total metric tons unloaded at the ports of Vancouver, Prince Rupert, and Thunder Bay, which is where the vast majority of Western Canadian grain is shipped, is 6% behind last year, but on par with the 5-year average. In comparison to 2013-14, Quorum shows that the railways have moved 25% more grain hopper cars, that's about 40,000 cars, to Vancouver, Prince Rupert, and Thunder Bay in 2017-18 versus 2013-14. And that is from August through January. The February data is not yet available. So while rail performance has not met the industry's expectations this year, the situation is not as bad as it was in 2013-14. That being said, the long-term issues need to be addressed with long-term solutions. G3's long-term strategy was born out of discussions with industry experts, the railroads, and farmers alike. G3 is investing significant money into a new type of grain handling system featuring loop tracks, a feature not uncommon in the coal and potash industries. We load grain faster and more efficiently than ever before. In addition, we are constructing a new state-of-the-art grain terminal in Vancouver with loop tracks that will be able to accommodate 3 fully loaded grain trains intact on the property. G3 is making investments that the industry has not experienced in decades, which will create surge, export capacity, rail efficiency, and velocity. In periods where demand spikes and conditions become challenging, companies such as G3 will still be able to function at levels not seen anywhere else in the industry. We are able to load a full 134-car unit train even in extreme cold weather by keeping the trains intact with the railway locomotives on the train. Where locomotive power is not left on the train, the railroads are forced to shorten train lengths to ensure they can properly air up the train for their braking systems. Our model creates a win for us, the grain handler, for the railroads, and for farmers. G3's position is that its investments in efficiency will allow Canadian farmers to effectively reach world markets, for railroads to function, and for those grain handlers willing to make the investments to thrive in the long term. Competing exporters around the world in the U.S., Latin America, the Black Sea, and Australia have been investing in efficiency for decades. It is time that Canada does the same. We are leading by example in this regard. The railroads have the responsibility to provide sufficient rail service to the grain handling system. Overall, we are supportive of Bill C-49, which introduces reciprocal penalties as each party in the supply chain needs to be held accountable. We believe this will provide the motivation required for the railways to be adequately resourced to handle surges in rail demand and winter operating conditions. Further, Bill C-49 introduces the incentive for railways to invest in newer hopper cars, allowing for more grain to move on the same unit train. New, shorter cars will bring additional efficiency to the supply chain and allow companies such as G3 to load 150 cars on our loop tracks, where today we can only load 134. In addition, each car will be able to load about 2.5% more product. This represents a total increase of 16% for each train that arrives at one of our elevators. We would like to see Bill C-49 passed as soon as possible. We are also supportive of the National Trade Corridor Fund and hope to see some of this fund applied to projects that will further increase railway efficiency, specifically around the Port of Vancouver. In conclusion, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to share G3's unique perspective on the issues and potential solutions pertaining to grain handling in Canada. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Dick. And now Mr. Tyler Johnson for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm presenting to you today on behalf of my client, the Western Grain Elevator Association. We're pleased to have the opportunity to contribute to your study of the grains transportation backlog. The WGA represents Canada's 6 major grain handling companies with inland and port facilities from Quebec to British Columbia. Collectively, these companies handle in excess of 90% of Western Canada's bulk grain movements. Working alongside grain producers and other rail-reliant industry sectors, the WGA has been committed to finding long-term solutions to chronic capacity and performance deficiencies in our rail freight system. The growing backlog of rail shipments in Western Canada continues to have a significant negative impact on shippers and the farmers they serve. As you'll hear from numerous witnesses over the course of this study, declining rail service over the winter months has created the worst backlog we've experienced since 2013-14. According to the Ag Transport Coalition, the total rail car shortfall is currently at almost 28,000 rail cars. This represents over 2.5 million tons of grain that companies have submitted orders for that have not been filled in the week they were ordered. Overall performance over the course of this shipping season has been steadily deteriorating, with car order fulfillment below 50% in average most weeks. One railway in particular has brought the average down, hitting an all-time low the week of February 12th, when just 17% of cars ordered were filled for that order week. For grain shippers, that translates into serious costs in the form of not just lost sales, but penalties due to vessels waiting at port. It also means a hit to Canada's reputation as a reliable supplier, a reputation that has not yet recovered from the 2013-14 grain crisis. As members of the committee will know, in a highly competitive market like ours, once business is lost to a competing supplier, it is very difficult to win that business back. These are the immeasurable costs that hurt us not only in the immediate term, but also for years to come. It is in this context of challenging service that we would like to thank Ministers McCauley and Garneau for their interaction with the railways and working to find ways to see an immediate improvement in rail service, not only for grain, but for the many sectors who are experiencing problems. As most of you will know, the WGA has been singularly focused on fixing rail issues in a permanent way. While this current backlog is shining much-needed light on the systemic problems that plague Canada's rail logistics system, the issues are of a much more chronic nature. The WGEA is of the view that the measures contained within Bill C-49 represent a big step in the right direction toward arriving at permanent legislative solutions. The ability to negotiate reciprocal penalties into our service level agreements, for example, is, in our view, one of the most important provisions contained within the bill. Consider what has likely precipitated the current rail backlog. Would the railways have planned differently this fall had there been the legitimate threat of penalties for not moving grain and other bulk commodities? We believe the railways would have taken different decisions if credible reciprocal penalties had been in place. Unfortunately, with the provisions of C-30 expired and the passage of Bill C-49 uncertain, grain companies and farmers are effectively left in this no man's land with no tools or remedies for poor service. It is to that end that the WGA has joined with farmers in the entire grain sector in asking that Bill C-49 be passed without delay. The bill, as you know, is currently before the Senate Committee on Transport and Communications. We are grateful to the senators of that committee who are taking the time to ensure the bill achieves its intended goal of better performance on rail. It will be well known to members that the WGA is of the view that the bill needs to be improved in a key area with respect to the long-haul interswitching, LHI, mechanism. The LHI provision is not only more bureaucratic and difficult to use than the extended interswitching mechanism that we saw in C-30, but we are concerned that the grain sector will not be able to leverage its use properly if two small targeted amendments are not made. As the bill is currently written, an elevator that is dual served, meaning it already has access to two competing rail lines on site, or if it's located within 30 kilometers of an existing interchange, the facility will be excluded from applying for an LHI order. Now, if those two rail lines are both headed in the relatively wrong direction, for example, east-west, when the traffic's final destination is the southwestern U.S., that elevator, for all intents and purposes, is still captive. The LHI is useless to them. We have done analysis on this point and have determined that 75% of all of Canada's value-added grain processing facilities would be prohibited from using LHI because of this restriction. In the spirit of creating competition, we believe this was not the intent that the government had when it drafted this provision. The grain sector submitted an amendment to the House of Commons Transport Committee study to address this situation, but unfortunately it was ultimately rejected by the House. It is our hope that now, during these final hours of consideration and in the context of the current grain handling situation, that the Senate committee will take this opportunity to include these important targeted amendments in their report. I want to take these final seconds to address you, the members of this Agriculture Committee, to ask for your help to ensure, once the bill is brought back to this House, that you will work with your colleagues to do whatever is necessary to get the bill passed. The WGA, grain farmers, and our sector as a whole have waited too long to see this bill made law. We implore you to work across party lines in the interest of this sector to get the job done. Members of the committee, the reality is we've already lost too much this shipping season. Let's not lose the next one as well. Thank you for your time. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. And now we'll start our question round. And to start with Monsieur Berthold and Mr. Barlow. So.
Juste avant de commencer, Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi de...
Just before starting, I want to to salute the extraordinary work of our interpreters. This was a very, very difficult presentation, and they are very good interpreters. Mr. Johnson, you spoke very, very quickly, but I can assure you that the interpreter in question did extraordinary work. She really did. Thank you very much. I want to know this. I've been hearing you all say pass C-49 as quickly as possible, but do you have an opinion on the Canadian passengers' rights charter, that charter for Canadian passengers? Because that's the problem with the C-49. The problem with C-49, and one of the major causes of the problem, is that the Liberals refused in June to split C-49. They had the support. They would have had the support of both opposition parties to move very quickly on C-49, so that we don't find ourselves in a black hole as we did at the end of August. Partisanship is what was at issue here. They come at the very end of the session in June with all kinds of legislation, and then they are using you now to say pass this particular bill as quickly as possible. What we want is to move grain. We want to be able to see you sell on the markets. We want the whole system to work. But what happens is that we are presented with an omnibus bill that has nothing to do with moving grain. So don't you think that if last June they had split the omnibus bill, we wouldn't find ourselves in this situation, Mr. Bennett, today?
Yeah, well, I guess our interest is on the rail side of the bill for how it handles grain and grain products, right? And we have no interest, at least our organization has no interest in or no comment on the passenger bill of rights side of things, or marine, those types of things. So we are very focused on the rail side of the bill. The government structured as the government structured it, and that's for the government's debate.
Mr. Johnson? I think our issue is very similar. We know we have a problem with grain transportation. Frankly, it's not our job to fix it. That's government's role to figure out the best way to fix it. And I think what you've heard from the presentations is the urgency that's required. And I think that's what we have to focus on now is the urgency. And I think the last presentation, this is about the Senate, this committee, and the minister working together to figure out, okay, how do we make sure that we can get C-49 passed and make sure it has the teeth that are necessary to make it work?
I'd just add quickly that no one is telling us to say, get this passed quickly. We've been saying that for a very long time. And 3 of the 5 key things that we were asking for during the review that was under the previous government are now in this bill. So it's not perfect. Scares me a little bit that I'm having the same line there with the railways, that it's not a perfect bill, but it's a good bill. There's several things in there that are critical, including reciprocal penalties. We didn't get extended interswitching, but long-haul interswitching, we're willing to work with it so long as these important amendments are made to make it legitimately credible for us to be able to use it. So we're now stuck in this situation of having to implore all sides of the floor to please work together. If it were our way, we would have liked to have had this done months and months ago.
On l'a dit presque un an.
Yeah, so we said a year ago, almost a year ago, that we should have been able to work together.
You're exactly right, and Tyler, you touched on it. I remember speaking in the House about this last September and October. Is that we did want to work across the floor. We adamantly supported splitting the rail transportation off of C-49. We would move it through, and I think if that were the case, we would have caught some of these proposed amendments that you're bringing forward, like the long haul and interswitching and those types of things. If it was a separate bill, we could have addressed some of these points at that point, but because it's such a huge bill that's now stuck in Senate on something that has nothing to do about what we're talking about right now, that's the frustrating part of this entire discussion. Is I like to think is we went through this in 2013, 2014 as government. We knew what we were facing. C30 would have addressed some of these issues. In good faith, we said, we're warning you, this is going to happen. So let's try and address this. So it is frustrating, not only for us, but more frustrating for you as producers and stakeholders that you're having to go through this again when there was opportunity to try and fix this. But Rick, you brought up an interesting point that I think we miss out a little bit on, well, a lot on this, is the fact that and Tyler brought up too, is we're missing markets that we may have had because we're not getting a premium for our product, because on the international trade market, when we're talking about our producers and we want agriculture to have a $75 billion trade business, which is fantastic, but we're taking away every possible tool for our producers to be able to reach those types of goals. So can you touch on the fact that we are not getting a premium for our product because we are no longer a reliable trading partner, because we cannot meet our sales deadlines because we cannot get our product to market?
Yeah, well, our biggest premiums in the market globally are October, November, December shipping, and that is when it's the toughest time to ship in Canada. When we hit that, or when we miss that sweet spot, and we're now pushing shipping down into June, July, August, we are losing premiums that we should have captured had we had more rail capacity earlier in the year. So yes, it's very unfortunate. We would rather see a lot more movement, a lot more sales going on when customers around the world are paying top dollar for our product, because the Southern Hemisphere is in a different cycle than we are. So
Thank you,
yes,
Mr.
definitely losing out.
Thank you, Mr. White. Thank you, Mr. Barlow. Monsieur Drouin, 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd just like to state some of the facts here, because I heard some issues that were not factual. And I just remind my colleagues that the House of Commons was able to pass Bill C-49 within 2 months. The bill was first introduced on May 16th, and we got it passed by October 30th. Or, sorry, let me correct the record, by November 1st. So it's been in the Senate for more than 2 months, and if it's the charter relating to passengers, I'll remind my colleagues as well, and they have access to the Blues, that 70% of the discussion is about what we're talking about today. So I just want to put the facts in perspective. Mr. White, you've so C-49, I know there's some issues, but I think we're striking the right balance. But let's say C-49, and we've heard a lot about the winter, so C-49 wouldn't have addressed the winter issues. What can government do better? And I know you manage, I believe, the advanced payment programs. So right now, what the discussion we're having today is not going to help our farmers today, but in the future, is the government making enough, or providing enough steps to mitigate that risk in terms of cash flow issues? And do you have any suggestions for us that we could adopt today?
Well, I did mention briefly about the advanced payment program, and as a proactive measure, the government should be looking at the advance limits that are currently in place, because right now, if farmers have not delivered and paid down much of their advance, and they're at the maximum 400,000, say they paid it down to 300 due to slow movement, they're running into a brand new program April 1, and they're only eligible for another $100,000, and that's catching some of them in the pinch between two programs, because the overall maximum is 400. So an easy fix would be to expand that limit to whatever the government would be comfortable with. We would say double it to $800,000. Farmers use the program for what it's intended for, and that is to cash flow themselves so that they can market their grain appropriately. They can't market now because of the grain transportation problems that are plaguing the industry, and they're not able to sell their grain. So that is one very proactive measure on the finance side. But again, I don't want to take away from the focus of the service issues at hand. C-49 is what we really need long term, and we really need that amended. There's some good amendments coming forward and passed, but it needs to be done this year to get ready for next year, because this year what's happening is going to happen. We can address some of the financing, as I suggested, short-term Band-Aid fix to help farmers through it financially. But at the end of the day, C-49 is the focus. We need to get it passed. We need to get it through the Senate, cooperation with the House to get royal assent on that before we go into the summer break, because we need to start next year in a lot better place than we have been this year.
Great. Mr. Bond, do you have anything to add? Or
Well, just on the cash flow is just one point. The one thing I think that gets missing, I was a little disappointed when I listened to some of the railroad presentations. It's about getting the planning in place so that they can deal with the issues. Everybody knew back in October there was going to be an issue, and then all of a sudden it's February when you start putting locomotives in place and drawing people back. And I think really the only reason that they came and put those people in place is because of the threat of government action. And I think what we're looking with C-49 is that threat is always going to be there, or that they have performance standards that they're going to have to meet. And the solution isn't always coming in with, we're talking about a bridge with the advanced payment programs, but we've got to remember the core issue is that farmers can't market that grain when the grain is ready to be marketed, and that's going to affect the cash flow. So unless we have a long-term solution, we could be back at this table in 3 years. It's interesting, they talked about putting interim engines in to keep the lines open. Well, that was discussed, I think, 4 years ago when they were in front of this committee as well. So why wouldn't that type of planning be in place?
And maybe I can ask Mr. Dick and Mr. Bjornson. You've talked about. I know, Mr. Bjornson, you're part of the. Your group is part of the Ag Transportation Coalition. So every year, is there an opportunity for you guys to meet with the rail companies? And here's what we think our crops are going to be this year, and here's how many cars we believe that we're probably going to need. Is there that opportunity for you guys to talk about that with rail companies?
There's an extraordinary amount of interaction between the shippers, the customers, and the railways on projecting what future volumes are going to be, both at an individual company level as well as at a group level. So recently, we've had one of the railways interacting with the Crop Logistics Working Group, which is the kind of full collection of industry associations in agriculture, talking directly to the railways about the challenges we're facing. There's also groups within Transport Canada, multi-sectoral groups, including the ag sector, that talks about forecasting and demand into the future. So that's taking place right now. I think what's missing is the accountability if the railways don't put into place the capacity needed in order to meet those demands.
Do you guys meet at the end of the year and say, okay, here's what went wrong and how do we fix it? Is there that opportunity as well, or is it just about projections?
Well, I think there's always a desire to see that sort of a discussion to take place and be able to reflect on opportunities to do better. We'd certainly welcome that. I don't think it always happens. I don't know that the door was always open to do that, but I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want to meet and say, how do we improve for next year? How do we make sure that it doesn't take public scrutiny and a scolding, essentially, in order to get the grain moving?
Thank you, Mr. Bjornson. Thank you, Monsieur Drouin. And now, Mr. McGregor for 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Bjornson, in your opening statement, you had made mention of how international customers had reacted to the previous crisis, to the delays and some of the damage that did to our reputation. I was wondering if you could maybe elaborate a little bit on that and maybe talk about, like, how long did it take us to recover? Have we fully recovered? And, you know, what's this current crisis going to do to the efforts that were made over the past 4 years?
Thank you very much for the question. We know it's an issue with our customers internationally because a number of the commodity associations nationally that are responsible for canola and wheat and pulse crops go around the world when there's a new crop that comes out and discuss with our international customers what are some of the quality issues, any of the challenges that we might be facing, any opportunities, and just a general, a regular conversation with our customer base as well to make sure that, we're establishing a good relationship. And I know from talking to my colleagues that do those missions abroad, they've told me every single year their customers, especially in high margin, high value markets, especially in Asia, raise this question around whether or not we're going to be able to deliver the crop. And so that's still happening this year, 5 years after. Even before we knew that of the challenges back in October, we were hearing that from customers. And so it's hard to judge how long is it going to be before we stop getting those questions again. And it's hard to judge, okay, how many sales and opportunities did we miss as a result of a customer saying, I don't want to take a chance on doing business with them in January, February, March, because I'm worried they're not going to be able to deliver.
Mr. White, did you have anything to add?
I was just going to give you an example. Japan is our longest-standing, most important customer for canola, and we meet with them formally twice a year. And since 2013, every time we meet, they bring up the reliability of delivery of their product, our canola, to them in Japan. It's a concern, and we really shook the relationship substantially back in 2013 with the crisis then, and they haven't forgotten. Every meeting it comes up.
If I can get both of you just to comment again. So this government has set the goal of increasing our agricultural exports to $75 billion by the year 2025. Are you optimistic that we can reach that, given what we're still going through?
On the production side, definitely, we can reach it. The question is, do we have the infrastructure to sell it and get it out to port?
And the same answer, Mr. Bjornson, do you?
Yeah, I think with the ability to continue to innovate and adopt new technologies at the production level as well as the handling and grain processing level, we definitely see the potential to reach those levels. But our ability to deliver on that, I think there's still a lot of question marks around that, which is why the remedies in C-49 are so critical from our point of view.
Just one point I'd want to add. We're talking about the rail system right now, but if we're going to be going after export markets, that's regulatory systems, it's about the docking systems, it's about the rail system, it's a whole number of things. It's about value-added processing, so I think there has to be an overall strategy to deal with this. This is one component. We know the bottleneck right now is the rail, but we've got to make sure that the system operates in a fluid motion and all the pieces fit together. And I think that ties in with some of the comments that were made about sharing data and information. Because if we don't know what all of the partners are doing, it's pretty hard to design a system that works very fluidly.
Mr. Bonnet, I'll continue with you for my next question. I believe you were in the room listening to CN and CP's testimony, their statements, and how they responded to questions from this committee. What was your takeaway from what they stated? Are you happy with their plans, or is it too late?
Well,
I just want to hear your opinion on that.
The initial reaction is I think we got their attention. The frustrating thing is it's taking a lot of pressure from government officials, individual MPs, farm organizations, and almost a crisis situation developing in February where I think Manitoba didn't have any cars delivered in 1 week. Some of what we're hearing sounds so much similar to what we heard in 2013 and 2014. The need is there to make sure that we've got some type of a system so that the proper planning takes place. But that's got to go beyond that. There has to be some teeth, and C-49 provides part of that to ensure that there's compliance, because it's not like with if you're going to truck grain that you can go and hire another trucker if one isn't performing. You're stuck with those railroads, so you don't have that flexibility to do it. So that's why the regulatory system has to be in place to ensure that there's compliance.
Yeah, and I've heard all of you talk about C-49. It was my colleague Robert Aubin, who serves as the NDP's transport critic, who moved the motion to split the rail provisions off of C-49, create a new Bill C-51, and actually refer it directly to the Transport Committee. Unfortunately, we were not successful in that, but it was our hope at the time that those particular clauses of C-49 could make a speedy passage, and in hindsight, maybe that would have been the best option. Unfortunately, we as a House body have no control over the other place, but I hope they are hearing the message loud and clear that those provisions need to get the attention they deserve. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Longfield for 6 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for coming and giving your perspective on things. Not to relive the old debates that we had in the House of Commons before the summer, but we looked at an integrated transportation program. I think what we're seeing now is that part of that integration, it includes all the intermodals and all the different, the air traffic as well as rail and truck. also financial integration. And I think maybe to Mr. White, in the previous time we were facing problems in 2013, 2014, there's a spike in requests for APP funding. And we knew that we were in trouble because of the spike of requests. But this time we didn't get the same warning signals. Could you maybe comment on the warning signals, financial warning signals that could have helped us react quick?
Sure. Back during the crisis of 2013, the cash advance spiked quite substantially. We put out probably an extra $300 million out the door in the last 2 months or so before the new program. We knew farmers were desperate at that time. This year, the data doesn't show that. However, I will underscore yet. And that's why in my testimony I suggested as a proactive measure we should be looking at this. The data doesn't show it yet, but we're not through this situation yet either. It could be coming, and it could be coming very quickly, this financial issue, because spring is coming, inputs are going out, and bills are going to have to be paid. So I hold judgment as to whether or not we're seeing it yet, but we need to be ready.
Yes, thank you. And from the farmer's perspective, we need to make sure that they can get their inputs, their seeds purchased and other inputs. FCC is playing a role this time, and it's doing that as part of a stopgap. Would you see that as more of a permanent solution where we could have access to more funding if we're not able to change the limits?
If we see the permanent solution as just changing the limits. We don't see that as ad hoc because farmers have been asking for limit increases ongoing regardless of the situation. Now would be a great time to do it because it'd be a much more proactive measure to take.
Don't forget as well that if you extend the payment period, farmers are paying interest on that money as well. Like if they'd had the payment, they wouldn't have to pay that extra interest. So the solution is make sure that they sell the grain when it's due to be sold.
Yeah, good point. You always have the good point.
Yeah.
But the FCC, I understand, is giving them 30 days of interest-free to get their cash flow going. I'm also thinking, in terms of Mr. Dick, I'm really interested in the change of movement of grain on the prairies, having grown up with the old elevators, the small elevators, and then you go into Saskatchewan now and Manitoba, and you see these super elevators going on, high throughput. Do we have the road infrastructure to get to these further distances to get to these elevators? I've heard I'll be speaking in the House on the budget in a few minutes. I'll have to rely on one of my colleagues to cover for me, but infrastructure deficit is one of the major deficits that we have that we're trying to address through our provincial and territorial partners. Where are we at in terms of road infrastructure to match the high throughput grain handling services that you're providing?
That's a great question. So road infrastructure is essential for sure. So we're actually in the process of building elevators. We've built 4 brand new elevators. We have 2 more under construction that are going to be completed this summer and more to come. And one of the key things we look at is when we build an elevator is what is the road infrastructure. So we're trying to build on Class 1 highways because you can have a lot of grain in a dryer, but if farmers can't access it, you want to be in Class 1 highways so you can avoid road restrictions during certain times of year. So it is essential long-term for farmers to have good, the proper infrastructure to deliver to our facilities.
And in terms of...
if I could
Oh, please, Mr. Garrett.
I'm really glad that you brought up roads because one of our concerns is, okay, hopefully rail service will improve over the coming weeks, but the challenge is that there are going to be weight restrictions and road bans coming in starting in April. And not only that, my colleagues here are going to be in the field seeding their next year's crop. And so if that becomes available in April, May, that's partly why I said at the end of my testimony that, we've lost too much of the opportunity for this year. Let's not let it do the same thing for next year. Really what we're focused on is preparing for next year, making sure that we don't lose that opportunity for next year. It will take us months and months to negotiate service level agreements with reciprocal penalties and probably have to arbitrate them. And so that's why we're focused on speedy passage, because we know it's going to take us many, many months to negotiate those agreements.
And I understand some of our provincial partners are giving extensions on what would have normally been a restriction, that facing the situation we're facing, that possibly highway infrastructure could also, depending on the design, I know they're doing some interesting things in the Northern Territories about this.
Yeah, they're really challenged.
Yeah. So looking at the long-term plan, and the farmers have been asking for the government to have a long-term plan for years, we're hoping to get to that stage through an independent Senate. And really, we aren't whipping votes, and we don't have the tools as a government to use with the Senate that previous governments have had. So it really, hopefully, we can work together to get this through quickly. And I'm going to have to leave it at that. But thank you very much for your testimony.
So thank you, Mr. Longfield, and that concludes this hour of, and I want to thank all of you, Mr. White, Mr. Bonnet, Mr. Dick, and Mr. Johnson, for taking the time to come here and talk about the situation on the ground. So thank you so much, and hopefully we get good weather and timely shipping. Thank you. We'll suspend for quickly to change the panel again and be right back. So on this third hour, we have, as an individual, Honorable Jerry Ritz. Welcome here again, Mr. Ritz. And from the Grain Growers of Canada, Jeff Nielsen, President. Welcome, Mr. Nielsen. And also Mr. Ian Boxall, Vice President of the Agriculture Producer Association of Saskatchewan. So we'll start with 7 minutes opening comments. So let's go right to you, Mr. Ritz.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the members of this committee for taking on this study. As a lot of the farm groups have made a lot of pertinent points, I won't underscore them again, but this is deja vu all over again. We went through these same things, as has been said, in 13-14, and I'm hearing a few different things this time around. An apology from the railways, which is great. I'm going to go to my banker tomorrow and say, you can't foreclose because I've got an apology, but it's a good start. And I do have a bit of a concern in that what we talked about, which led to Bill C-30, and which is now underscored in Bill C-49, and there's some more work to be done on that with a couple of amendments, but it still comes down to consultation amongst all of the supply chain to find out what exactly is going to be required, when, and so on. And as Rick said, you know, the prime months for shipment to get that premium dollar out there are, you know, the fall. And somehow we're still missing that. I was a little bit concerned when the railways talk about, you know, they allow for a 3% growth. But in talking to industry, they need 13%, but they're not making that connection. And in reality, I know they were talking too about last year's big crop, but it's less than 3% of the 5-year average increase. And if they're talking 3%, there shouldn't have been a problem. But we're only talking about agriculture here, and there are a lot of other commodities on the rail too. And I understand there are concerns from all of them, as we found out in 13-14. It wasn't just farmers. They began the push to see some changes, but everybody who hauled a bulk commodity, including intermodal and so on, were talking about delays and boats sitting waiting and not being able to offload boats and so on because the capacity wasn't there to do that. Since that time, there's been tremendous increases in the infrastructure throughout the full supply chain. The railways are now talking about making some of those investments, but it still comes down to track capacity. And to get to the bottom of that, again, it's a collaborative effort. It takes data on a week-by-week, quarter-by-quarter basis, going through Quorum and Transport Canada to figure out where the hotspots are, where there's a problem. Then the shippers, the grain buyers, can make the decision, we're not going to run to Thunder Bay today or this week because there's going to be this type of capacity problem there. We're going to run West Coast. Or we're not going to run West Coast, Vancouver, we'll do Prince Rupert because we see some bottlenecks, some capacity problems on those lines. So again, it's that collaborative effect, quarter by quarter, week by week, knowing what's exactly going to happen. I'm a little bit shocked that some of the line companies don't seem to understand, or, the railways can't figure out how much volume they're going to have to handle when Stats Can is out there saying what the crop's going to be before I've even brought my combine into a few of the fields. So the numbers are always out there, and they're reasonably close, within margin for error. So I think there's got to be that brought into the argument as well as to what our crop outputs are going to be. Most farmers, do those Stats Can surveys. I know you guys get more than you want to do. They call before breakfast and they call after supper when you're busy. But so it's great that you're doing this. It's great that you're having these analysis. Again, the problem comes down to it's tied up in the Senate, and there's no push to break it free there. I know there was work to be done, or work was done trying to split the bill. That was a good move. But there are things that the Minister of Transport can do by order in council, continuing what sunsetted in July, to get the interswitching back at 160, which works well. We didn't pick that number out of the sky. We sat down with the new design that's out there. I mean, at one point there was almost 2,000 elevators across Western Canada, and now there's 300 with the same kind of capacity. But they're all located a lot further than the 30-kilometer interswitching, which was the rule at that point. So we sat down and drew concentric circles where it made sense. 160 kilometers was the magic number. I know they're talking a long haul now of 1,200 kilometers, some such thing, but the average haul out of Western Canada to port in Alistair's country is 1,400 kilometers. So we're still a little bit short there, and I'm not sure how workable it is, whether the minister's got the ability to tweak that or not. It all comes down to, and there's talk about Japanese buyers are usually the ones that, they talk about three things. They love our quality, they're always concerned about the price, and they always bring up the ability to ship on a timely way. Those are the three things that I heard year after year after year into Japan, even before we had our problems in 13-14. But moving beyond that, there's still a tremendous amount of work to be done to make sure that when we're bidding against the U.S., against Australia, against Brazil, against the other major producers in the world, that we're there in a timely way and that we can make this thing work. I know one of the major shippers that owns 40-some Panamax boats, he doesn't like to come into the West Coast because he doesn't want to sit there. There's only money in moving and continuing to move. There were some changes made that he is now doing some work out of there, but still it's not his first port of call. He needs other things happening. So tremendous amount of infrastructure that's going to be needed. I know there's talk about the corridors, the TPP has now been signed. That means a lot more product going out, providing we ratify it in a timely way. We're one of those first 6. Let's get her done. And at the end of the day, of course, making sure that we can load those boats and get them on the water and to our buyers overseas. So I'll stop with that because I know you guys need some time for questions. You got a vote coming up, I understand, too.
6:15. So thank you, Mr. Ritz. And now Mr. Nielsen, up to 7 minutes. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Senators and MPs for allowing me to come and provide some comments to you today. Across the prairies, farmers are once again suffering the impacts of poor rail service. Unfortunately, this is not a unique experience. We've dealt with it 4 years ago. And that's why I'm here today to ask the committee to back the systemic solutions that can fix the rail transportation for the long term. Grain Growers Canada represents 50,000 grain, pulse, corn, oilseed, soybean farmers across Canada, from the Atlantic Province to the Peace Country of British Columbia. Personally, I run a family-owned incorporated grain farm in south central Alberta, near Olds, growing wheat, malt barley, and canola. Grains off my farm are shipped south to the U.S. and to Mexico and shipped through the West Coast to ports such as Asia and around the world. Effectively, every ton of grain I sell off my farm must travel by rail to get to the end customer, be it in Canada, U.S., or overseas. Over the last couple of months, farmers across the prairies have been put in a position where, because of poor rail service, elevators are filling up, our grain is not being able to get to our customers, and this has put many farmers in a position where, because their own grain hasn't moved, they haven't been able to get paid. We appreciate that this committee has recognized the difficult position this has put grain farmers in and agreed to hold this hearing today. We believe that transportation is not a partisan issue and that all members of the committee should be able to agree on the need to have a rail transportation system that works. That is why we're asking for you to come together and support getting C-49 amended as we presented it and passed as quick as possible. The unfortunate reality is that road bans, as has been mentioned, and seeding is fast approaching. If I can quickly just maybe give a bit more information, road bans. Say every 10 loads of grain I could haul today without the road bans would mean 13 trips the next time once bans are in place. And that costs me more money in either manpower for that trucker, and naturally it costs more for fuel. Farmers will have to use their skills as business managers to work through the difficult position they have been put in due to these new issues. But there's an opportunity to fix this for the long term, so farmers are not forced into a rail crisis again. With the amended C-49 in place, the industry will have the effective tools in place to hold the railways to account, or be able to take their business to another railroad if they cannot get acceptable performance. Some of the benefits of the bill. I know you've heard of the problems farmers face today. That is why there's a focus on C-49. First and foremost, the bill provides the ability to hold the railways financially accountable for the service through reciprocal penalties. The current lack of accountability impacts all the players in the supply chain and ultimately farmers. Giving shippers the ability to hold railways to account through the reciprocal penalties in C-49 will help ensure that car orders are fulfilled and my grain can get delivered. Other benefits of C-49 include a clear definition for adequate and suitable service, increased requirements for reporting and railway contingency planning, improved data collection, and new powers for the Canadian Transportation Agency to play a larger role in areas such as an improved dispute resolution process. However, it's important to understand where Bill C-49 falls short. First, the maximum revenue entitlement, MRE, is a key tool for protecting grower interests and needs to be amended to cover the movement of soybeans. I understand that in 2000, when Schedule 2 was created, soybeans was not really grown yet on the prairies. However, soybeans are now a major commodity. They are the third largest crop in Manitoba and soon will become second. Their production is spreading across Saskatchewan and Alberta as growers get new varieties. The Act also excludes chickpeas, which should be corrected. It is simply unfair that some producers are protected, but not all of us. The real benefit of C-49 is the long-haul interswitching, which gives the shippers the ability to take their business elsewhere if they can't get acceptable service. Grain farmers saw improved service when interswitching was in place previously, where often the threat of taking your business elsewhere was enough to get the railways to improve service. However, as written today, too many elevators and too many processors would be excluded from the long-haul interswitching. This means farmers will be likely to be put in the same situation where grain is backed up in their bins the next time one railway starts to suffer. That is why the second target amendment that Grain Growers Canada supports is to amend the provisions for the long-haul interswitching so that it can remain a very useful tool for our grain companies to obtain more competitive terms of service. Bill C-49's long-haul interswitching provision allows some of the same benefits as the previous extended interswitching, and the adoption of the amendments proposed by the Crop Logistic Working Group will ensure that oat and other grain farmers receive the service they require. Grain farmers across Canada have worked hard to provide a world with top quality grains, oilseed pulses, and corn. We strongly support the government's ambitious target to increase agri-food exports to $75 billion by 2025. But this can only be done only be achieved with a dependable, accountable rail transportation system. But if we can't meet our target, if we can't get our grain to market, the bottom line is that this year's repeat of 2013-14 rail crisis is another example that we need to see Bill C-49 amended and passed as soon as possible. While it may be too late to see significant improvement this year, Parliament has an opportunity to give the shippers the tools they need to prevent this situation from happening again. CN and CP have demonstrated time and time again they will not act on their own, and that is why shippers need tools to hold them to account. Without these legislative tools, we know it will happen again, and we shouldn't take a farm crisis to get the grain moving. I thank you and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nielsen. And now Mr. Boxall for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this opportunity to present to this committee. I'm here today to explain how poor rail performance affects my industry, my community, my family business, and why we need Parliament to take immediate action. Together with my wife, Lisa, my brother and sister-in-law, we farm 8,300 acres of grains and oilseeds in northeast Saskatchewan. I am also the Vice President of the Agricultural Producers Association of Saskatchewan. We farm about as far from port as you can get, and on an average year, our farm pays $360,000 in freight to get our products to our customers. The backlog of grain in the prairies has had a huge effect on the ability of producers to cash flow their operations and is making things extremely difficult for farmers going into their most expensive season. In the Northeast, we are sitting with 3-month-old grain contracts undelivered due to the shortage of timely and sufficient rail car service to the elevators. At the end of February, personally, we were sitting with an outstanding wheat contract from December that we had been unable to deliver. This was leaving us in an extremely tough financial position. Luckily, our local elevator, that is one of only 4 in Canada, dual serviced by both CN and CP, found some room to take our product and help us out. They didn't have room to take the entire contracted amount, just enough to give us the money we needed at that time. We don't get paid on a contract until we deliver, and these delays add financial and personal stress on us as producers for something that shouldn't be a concern. 2 of the short lines that operate in northeast Saskatchewan have also felt the pinch of lack of rail service this season. They have had very poor and inconsistent supply of cars this shipping year, and this started in October, long before winter showed up again in Canada. They have also had several cases where cars have been loaded and then not picked up for weeks. Producers do not get paid for product loaded in these cars until it is received by the end user, so again, adding unnecessary financial and mental stress on producers. A lot of the highly sought-after oats grown in northeast Saskatchewan are loaded on these short lines in either dealer or producer cars. I grow 2,200 acres of these oats every year, and with poor rail service, the market for these oats is in jeopardy. The processors need to find alternative sources for their oat supply,
since our railroads have dropped the ball on shipping our product in a timely manner. My little boys want their oatmeal most mornings. I want that to be Canadian oats from Tisdale, not oats from Australia. The rail issue isn't just affecting grain deliveries. Our local fertilizer dealer has been trying to put fertilizer in place for us, its customers, since last fall. And due to rail logistics, have to pull fertilizer by truck out of Redwater, Alberta, instead of Clavette, Saskatchewan. That's an additional 1,000 kilometers per trip. So far this season, they have had to pull roughly 60 loads of fertilizer from Alberta, and that is only half of the product they require. So if things continue like this, we're looking at an additional 120,000 kilometers of trucking freight. That's added manpower, truck power, wear and tear on the roads and on equipment, costs, and carbon emissions that we as the end users are going to have to pay for. Spring road bans will be coming into effect very soon, and we could be short fertilizer in Western Canada to put in this year's crop. All of this due to poor management and planning on the side of the railroads. Farmers need to get the rail service that we pay good money for. Bill C-49 was drafted because of the disastrous shipping season of 13-14, and it's completely outrageous that we are even here today talking about this again. In closing, we need all parliamentarians from both the House and the Senate to come together and pass Bill C-49 for the sake of the shippers, the processors, the retailers, our economy, our farmers, and all Canadians. Farmers already deal with so many unreliable factors: weather, crop prices, and input costs. Reliable rail service is something we should be able to depend on every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boxall. And now we'll start our question round, and Mr. Dreeshen for 6 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm glad that the witnesses are here so we have an opportunity to talk and everyone listen to some of the concerns that exist. And Ian, you had mentioned the concerns you have as far as short lines are concerned. The poor service, that is something I don't think people recognize how important that is. And again, everything is affected because of it. The road bans we talked about earlier in spring seeding, this is an issue that is really going to affect farmers and those that are going in, recognizing that even if they start calling for grain right now, it's going to be difficult to move that, and you have all of these other issues. So I think that's really one of the parts that I think is so critical for us to look at. I know, Jeff, you were talking about the long haul interswitching and the concerns, because I know that yourself, when you were engaged in this back in 2013 and 14, that this was a critical component as well. And of course, Minister Ritz, as far as I'm concerned, we've seen so many things have happened. You spoke about the tremendous infrastructure in our system, the development that is taking place there. This has started when the real investment, once farmers had the freedom to market, and we started to see the issues that were expanding. So thank all of you for the efforts that you have. I'm wondering, Mr. Ritz, if you could simply talk about some of the concerns and issues that you see, how the order in council, how that was able to move things forward, why, if that was a solution back in 2013-14, it wasn't done back in December or January when all of this started to show.
We could have gone back further than that and extended it in July, where they sunsetted, just to keep things on an even keel. The problem that we had in 13-14 was cash flow for farmers, but there was also 60-some boats sitting on the West Coast charging huge dollars in demurrage waiting to be loaded, and that's what led to the minimum weekly numbers. It's a very blunt instrument. We were very fortunate in that crop year that the tonnage was all of similar grade. There wasn't a lot of blending required, so it was just a matter of getting the tonnage to Vancouver on the boats, and they're gone. But at the end of the day, that left secondary lines and short lines coming up short. And Ian was just talking about that too. Short line always face the brunt of not getting the cars that they need to move that product. And they serve a tremendous amount of area. I know in the CP case, in the southern part of the prairies, that's a tremendous amount of catchment area. I think there's 6 or 7 short lines that feed into them, and they're not used to the extent that they could be. Again, there are elevators that are out there on those lines. Some of them were farmer-owned terminals and still are, and they need access to do that. So the minister does have some tools that could be put in play now, waiting for the Senate to make their move. He can reinforce the 160-kilometer interswitching. He can talk about volumes that have to be met, maybe not to the same extent that we are, because I understand there's only 40 boats sitting there now, maybe not all for grain. But at the end of the day, there are tools that he can put into play while he waits for the Senate to finally get around to doing something. And it may actually put some pressure on the Senate to finally move as well.
On the same question about interswitching, you had mentioned how the decision of 160 kilometers was determined, and there seems to be some talk, well, maybe we could change it back to another number or whatever. I wonder if you could expand, because again, you had mentioned, we used to have 2,000 grain elevators, and as a farmer from 40, 50 years ago, that's what we were doing. We were hauling to all of these small grain elevators, and then of course they consolidated. What it means is you're driving more on your trucks and your roads and everything else that we used to do. But why was the 160 determined to be a factor that you had determined for 2013 and 14?
Well, as I said, the existing number was 30 kilometers because there was an elevator. You could see one from another one, and every little town had their name on it, and you never got lost because you knew exactly where you were, whether you're in an airplane or driving down the highway. Now we've got 300 high throughput, and G3 we're talking about these loop tracks and so on. That's the answer, where you load on the go and you unload on the go. There's no stoppage at all. But at the end of the day, they're further apart. And I know when I started farming, we had a 3-ton truck, and we took it 2 miles away, and it got to the point where as you got to a bigger truck, it wouldn't fit into the elevator anymore. You couldn't lift the box to unload it, so you're in there shoveling it out. So they started building bigger elevators, and trucks got bigger then to drive further to service that. So farmers have made the difference. There's more capacity on farm than there ever has been before, which is not the answer, because you got to move it to sell it to get paid for it. Everybody's made the decision to increase their infrastructure, whether it's at port or on the farm. The weak link, and all of the grain companies have done that too. They can handle more faster. They're open more hours and so on. But the weak link is still getting it from that delivery point on the prairies to the coast or south or wherever it is that you're trying to ship it. And that's where the infrastructure has to be picked up, whether it means extra track. I know a lot of the work the grain companies are done. I drove by huge parking lots on every siding coming in on Sunday to catch the airplane this morning. They're all sitting there. No engines on them, but the cars are all there. They've been spotted. Whether that counts in their equations or not, I don't know. At the end of the day, it's delivery point numbers that matter.
The grain companies as well. I mean, there's where the frustration is when we start talking transparency, because they're ready to call the farmer saying, hey, we know when the train's going to come, we'll get ready, and then they call them back later and say, well, that didn't work, so it's going to be another day. And then when they finally get a crew together to load the train, instead of it being when they thought it was going to be, it's on a Sunday that they're going to have to bring everybody in. Can you just talk about some of the issues other issues that you've seen on that side when it comes to the grain elevator system?
Well, there is a frustration out there. You're absolutely right. I mean, a lot of the grain that's grown now, I'd guess in the 50% range, is contract. Guys want to know up front what the price is going to be. They commit the volume. Maybe it's even higher than that now. But in 13-14, it was 50%. So the grain companies are buying on contract. They've made a deal with the end user in Japan or China, wherever it is, at such and such a delivery date, they'll have the product there because they've got to do something with it.
Thank you, Mr. Ritz. Sorry, I got to cut you off. So, Monsieur Drouin pour 6 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Drish.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Ritz. You tried to get out, and we pulled you right back in. You've touched on a few points, and you've mentioned the collaboration really at the local level and understanding, where the shippers need to move, if they need to go to Thunder Bay or Prince Rupert, et cetera, et cetera. I'm wondering, is that data available for Mr. Nielsen's members? Are you aware that, does that local data available in terms of how many grains would be available in that particular area?
Not to the degree that we'd like it, put it that way, no. The government does facilitate some collection through Quorum Group, and being part of the Ag Transportation Coalition, we get that data from, but it's not as distinct as as you're suggesting.
Mm-hmm. It's reactive.
Yeah, it's reactive, right.
Okay, and just in terms, Mr. Ritz, you've mentioned that one of the tools would be to use an order in council. That's one of the tools to get to the same objective. We already know that CN has increased CN and CP for week number 2, and that's again going to the Ag Transportation Coalition, have increased their capacity. When you've put in that order in council, was the next day the capacity suddenly increased to 100%?
No, the collaboration did.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's what it's all about, is the line companies knowing what's going to happen on any given week, how many cars they're actually going to get, so they can call Jeff or Ian and say, load up that Super Bee and get it in here on Tuesday because we've got a car. So it's the collaborative thing that makes the biggest difference, so that there's partnership within the supply chain, so everybody knows what the other guy's going to do when and how they're going to do it. That's the key.
If I can myself, like, we're past the point of severe weather, what they call severe weather, which is the biggest red herring I've ever seen in my lifetime, severe weather. We're past that point. We have longer sunshine days now, or longer days. They're getting warmer. Yes, there could be an issue maybe with washouts or something once the snow does melt. But as when Minister Ritz at that time put the order of council in, it was in spring too. And naturally, grain handling got better. It's getting better now because we're into spring.
Well, that's exactly the point I'm getting to. Some folks are calling for an order in council, but is it going to have the impact that we wish? Do we really need to do that in order to have an impact?
It's a Band-Aid.
We need the bill passed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, spring, we've heard from testimonies today that whether or not the order in council had an impact when spring weather changed and whatnot. So there's still a debate on whether or not it had an actual impact. But I completely agree that there needs to be predictability.
Impact, 60 boats got loaded.
Yeah, but springtime, and they're saying, well, whether or not springtime, Thunder Bay opened, the port of Thunder Bay opened, so I mean, it was closed during the winter time. So anyways, I don't want to get into that debate, that's past. Sure. But Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Nielsen, what do you believe? You've mentioned that there needs to be greater collaboration between the House and the Senate, and we need to pass Bill C-49 as quickly as possible. Is it your wish that we do see amendments through that, or we just get it passed? And again, we're getting mixed messages from industry on that.
It may come from the industry side, you're getting mixed messages, but I think if you look at, well, I'm not sure who you think on the industry side. If you look at, as Grain Growers sits on the Crop Logistic Working Group that Minister McCauley re-instructed last summer, that whole committee fully agrees on the proposed amendments that we have put forward. So when you have that diverse, and Mr. Bjornson made the comment earlier in the past panel, you have such a diversity from oilseed crushers to elevator companies to farmers to farm organizations, that we all agree that these amendments will make this bill that much stronger, because we don't want to deal with this 4 years from now. It's been 30 years since we've had a transportation legislation such as this come forward. We're very impressed with this legislation. We want it done right. That's why we're proposing the amendments. It will ensure that things are done right.
Mm-hmm. And I do understand that the Senate will be dealing with the clause by clause by March 27th. So that's normally that's good news. It means that they should be passing that. It should get through committee fairly shortly. Mr. Boxall, you've mentioned a point where you've touched me with cars loaded up and not being picked up for weeks. And that's something that I certainly believe that we do need predictability in the marketplace, especially if we want to get to $75 billion. And I know, Mr. Nielsen, your members have greatly said that we can contribute to that. But from a farmer's perspective, how do you believe that a government can improve predictability in the marketplace, especially on the transportation side? And I'm hoping that we can reinvite Mr. Boxall later on when we complete our study on how to get to $75 billion, because I think your witness testimony would be really appreciated. But what can the government do, or what can industry do better to get there?
I think what has been said here about communication and collaboration, making sure that everybody within the whole supply chain knows what's going on. I've been phoned several times this winter to load the trucks, and then been phoned and said, no, don't. Train didn't show up. We can't have that. That doesn't work in an industry like we're in. It doesn't work when I've pre-sold my grain for the fact of storage, for the fact of cash flow, for other reasons why I've done it because of price. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. It needs to be better communication between all aspects of the supply chain.
So we've heard from previous testimonies that the industry and the rail companies meet with farm groups before in terms of projections, but there's not necessarily that collaboration to revise what happened this year or the previous year to see how we can fix that. Would you welcome that vehicle for collaboration after the fact to see what we can improve on the following year? Because we're going to put the legislation in place, but legislation without resources is just legislation. So would you welcome that?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Perhaps you can
cutting.
answer it later on.
Thank-
So thank you, Mr. Drouin. Mr. McGregor, for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ritz, I'll start with you because you had your time as minister for quite a long period of time, so you've seen it from Minister Macaulay's perspective. And I wanted to just go back in history a little bit to the role that the Canadian Wheat Board used to play with respect to shipping grain. Can you tell me what its role, as you understood it to be, before the legislation in 2011?
Well, the big thing is they were a monopoly buyer, not a monopoly seller. So they put out a 3-bushel quota, and it made it easier for the railways to keep up because they'd put out a 3-bushel quota up in Ian's area, but I wouldn't get it. So the railways could concentrate on Ian's that couple of week stint and get the grain out of there. They did the same thing with Jeff. I mean, there was no Western Canada-wide movement of commodities. They picked and chose and tried to keep it fair for everybody so that we all starved to death. I mean, I never, ever cleaned my bins out. Not once. Not ever. I mean, we always have a carryover even now, but not to the extent that we did then. The first couple of years that I farmed, they never sold a bushel. I wasn't allowed to sell it to anybody else. I wasn't allowed to trade it. I had grain on the ground. It rotted. I lost a ton of value there. What they did is they bought, and then they would make a deal with the grain company here to move product to there, move product over there. And even when it got to their terminals in Vancouver, and a boat came in, they'd say, take some from Ian's terminal, take some from Jeff's terminal, move that boat, and to the point where some of the shippers wouldn't even come in and pick it up because it's hard on the carcass of a boat, moving it out half loaded and shoving it back in again. So they, it was easy for the railways to keep up because they were getting little bits, dribbles and drabs here and there and so on. And the blending was done on the prairies. If I hauled in a grade 2 and I wanted a 201, they'd mix in some of Randy's and bring both of us up to a 1. They'd still pay me for a 2 and he'd get his 1. But now the blending is done mostly at port. It's not done as much on the prairie. So you have to coordinate those trains coming into the ports in order to blend that product. That's why 2014 was easy to do with, I said, that blunt instrument of minimums because it was all the same. But every other year we've had low protein here, we've had higher grades over here that we needed to move, but it's all done at port now in a different way. So with the wheat board gone, it actually made it tougher for the railways to keep up. The shippers like it, farmers have liked it.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because I have talked with the BC Chamber of Shipping before, and they did, I guess when it was dissolved, are there any lessons we can learn from that transition from them to what we have today that may have served us well? Because
I think the biggest lesson is we should have done it 10 years sooner.
Well, no, what I meant is because it did lead to some backlogs at port. The Canadian, the BC Chamber
it was actually done. It was actually done in 12-13.
Yeah,
and we're talking the first year that was a problem was 13-14, a big crop and so on. Yeah.
But are there lessons that we can learn for the current government going forward in how we could have coordinated better maybe that transition going forward? Because the BC Chamber of Shipping has told me that in the years following it, there was a bit of a mix-up, and it did lead to the increased use of anchorages along the southern Gulf Islands. The loading at port wasn't as efficient as it used to have been. I'm just wondering going forward.
Boy, I'd argue that. I mean, you'd have to talk to the grain companies themselves, but they all said it was easier to me at that time. I mean, you can't go back and change it now.
No, I know
years
that.
ago.
I'm only
the big difference when Australia took theirs down, their version of a grain commission, their version of SIGI and different things were all tied in to their wheat board. So that was the big concern with buyers like Japan. That we were going to lose our capacity to grade. No, because CGC is a standalone agency. SIGI is a standalone agency. So they continued on doing their good work. Somebody made the point about the crop tour that happens every fall now, where we go out to the world with representatives of all the different commodity groups. I touched base with a few of them over the years in different countries where they said, here's what we got, here's the quality it is, here's the pricing, here's the availability. And those are worth their weight in gold. They continue to work really, really well. But the Grain Commission takes part, SIGI takes part, all of the line companies take part, a lot of the farm organizations. It's a dynamic industry group going from country to country.
And Mr. Nielsen and Mr. Boxall, you've had the chance possibly to hear the statements from CN and CP. You've heard of their plans to rectify the situation and hopefully get us to a place where we don't have to repeat this scenario. Are you filled with much optimism and hope that we're going to get there with this plan in addition to C-49 being passed?
In a word, no. I didn't see much in the letters they presented. We need to have this bill passed so we can actually have some teeth, and as us as farmers, be able to, Ian and I can actually do a financial plan for our farms that we can actually see that if there's an issue because we couldn't move in December, then hopefully then we'll see. We may not be compensated, but we know that there could be avenues that our grain companies could use to rectify the situation. And still, maybe it may not be the end of December when we move it, maybe the first 2 weeks of January. But the thing is, we're working on financial plans, business plans for our farms, literally on the combine. We're planning our next year's crop on the combine, and we're already pricing some of next year's crop when we're taking the existing crop off.
And your bank wants that too.
Yeah.
Anything to add, Mr. Boxall?
If what we saw in the letter that they posted on their website and circulated on the 15th, if that's an indication of what their planning looks like, with the passing of C-49, with the planning aspect in that bill for them to submit a plan for the winter haul, if that's what it's going to look like, that vague, broad sweeping, we're in trouble. As a producer, we're in trouble because that isn't a plan. I want a plan. I want number of cars by corridor, by province, by sector, right? Like that's what we need. We need a concrete plan that's going to work for the industry. I don't have any recourse because I'm not a shipper. So as a producer, I want a plan.
Thank you, Mr. Boxall. Thank you, Mr. McGregor. We have about 3 minutes left, so just want to warn that there is a bus outside, apparently, waiting for us, all the members, to get back in the house. So, Monsieur Poisson, si vous voulez continuer, et aussitôt que la cloche.
If you want to,
Okay.
if you want to continue, Mr. Poisson, as soon as the bell rings, we have to stop. Thank you to the witnesses for being here today. Mr. Nielsen, I understand. I'm a producer myself. I produce barley for brewing seeds. You say that the APP has to be improved. It should be doubled. Does that meet your true needs? Because if we bank on doubling the payments, what will be the future for that?
To alleviate a situation is great. APP programming is one of the tools we can use. Is doubling the funding? You got to understand, you double the amount of farmer, if as Mr. White said in the previous sessions, there's an expense to any line of credit you get. It's called interest on that. Now, what I want to do and what Ian wants to do is we want to move our grain when we contracted that grain. If we have to use other tools to try to mitigate that, but we have to also realize we're going to be paying for those tools in interest charges. So that's where my stumbling block. It's nice to have as many tools in our toolbox as possible, but I'm very conscious of what it's going to cost me.
Toujours dans la même ligne de...
In the same vein, we certainly understand and we agree that C-49 has to be passed quickly. But I realize that it's going to take more than just a C-49. We talked about the APP. We talked about Canada funding, listening to producers. We've talked also about the grain elevators and also about the highway infrastructure. When you talk about the elevators, wouldn't it be better to have grain elevators closer to the ports and to be able to transport a certain volume of grain there to meet the demand in hard times and to deal with it?
Actually sitting on a couple previous entities as far as grain companies that merged as they grew up, and actually sitting as a director of Canadian Wheat Board at one time. We've rationalized our elevator system to make things more efficient. Ian and I, our farms have gotten more efficient by increasing our trucks and stuff like that, or getting larger trucks. We see the efficiencies, I believe, in the inland terminals that have been built and that certain companies are continuing to build. And we're seeing a great expansion and improvement in the West Coast to some of the handling facilities that have been retrofitted, plus a brand new facility that's coming on stream. So it's a good point, but I think the way we have it set up now works. We're seeing actually growth as far as capacity in the western provinces, and I think that's a bonus. We just need to have a system that works so we can get our product to market.
OK. Et aussi, tantôt... Le CN et le CP.
Earlier, CN and CP appeared. They said that they would be investing $3.2 billion. Do you believe that'll be sufficient to improve the situation? Or
As far as investing into your infrastructure, as a producer, I know Ian's probably he's investing in his farm every year, and I'm trying to invest in my farm to make my farm better. Yeah, I think it's good business decision for CN and CP to do that. So I commend them on that and encourage them to continue doing that.
Et quels sont les rapports avec...
what is your relationship with the carriers? Do you, in growing season, do you have an idea of how many you're going to have to need to transport your volume of grain? Do you meet with them frequently to allow for planning the transportation needs?
I own my own truck, so I'm the driver, and if I can't drive it myself, I hire a neighbor to drive for me. So I'm the primary person. So I as Ian and I on our combines in the fall, we're already planning our production cycle for the following year, and by your averages what you're going to produce. So then you work that production into future contracts.
Sorry to interrupt. I guess the bells are ringing, so we shall suspend and return after the vote. So welcome again, and apologize for the late sitting, but sometimes we're called back in the house and we had to prolong the meeting. OK, c'est eux autres, hein? Ça fait que les trois là. From the Alberta Wheat Commission, we have Warren Sekulik, Director. So welcome, Mr. Sekulik. Western Canadian Wheat Growers Association, Daryl François, Director. Thanks for being here. And from Keystone Agriculture Producer, Dan Miser, President. So we shall open with a 7-minute statement. So if you want to start, Mr. Sekulik.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the invitation to appear today. My name is Warren Sekulich. I'm a director with the Alberta Wheat Commission. I'm a fourth-generation farmer in Northern Alberta, and will actually celebrate 90 years next year. I'm here today because the current grain transport backlog continues to impact my operation and the operations of farmers across Western Canada. In addition to sharing my specific experiences, I also offer the strong support of our 14,000 farmer members for the amendment and passage of Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act, as a means of addressing the systemic issues in our freight rail system. My farm is located 70 kilometers north of Grand Prairie, Alberta, which is over 1,200 kilometers from the nearest port, and totally dependent on only one railway that serves this line of 4 inland terminals. With limited access to processing facilities, market alternatives, or other methods of transportation, almost 100% of the grain and the crops I grow are destined for the export markets and dependent, as I said earlier, on a single railway. Like all businesses, planning is an essential part of my operation. Each year, much work goes into planning what crops I'll plant, the amount of inputs like fertilizer and seed I'll need, when those inputs will be delivered, the timing of the contracts that I will negotiate to sell my grain, and those are usually aligned with when I pay my bills. As an example, on my farm in 2013-14, as sound farm management practices, I had all of my forward contracts in place to sell my grain to the local terminal. I had a prudent plan to deliver my grain in a timely manner so that I could pay my land rent and input costs such as fertilizer and seed, rent typically due in the fall. I even had allowed a buffer for rail delays, given that they are commonplace, especially up north where I'm at. But when the railway failed to deliver in 2013-14, it put my farm business and my livelihood in jeopardy. I'm contractually obligated to pay my rent regardless of whether or not I deliver my grain. Like most young farmers, I'm cash-strapped as I build equity in my business, and because of long delays that year, I needed to secure a bridge line of financing in order to ensure that I could retain my land, pay my debts, and see my operation succeed into the next year. I'm here today. It was one of the busiest times of year for my operation because as I head into 2018 planting season, we are once again experiencing a backlog in the freight rail system, which is impacting my operation and my farming operations across Western Canada that are reliant on the freight rail system. When it comes to rail transportation in Canada, the agricultural sector has always operated in a monopolistic environment. Each year, our farmer members grow millions of tons of wheat, other grains, and oilseeds. We rely almost entirely on rail transportation to ship our products from the prairies to port terminal facilities on the west coast and to Thunder Bay and south of the border into the U.S. Costs associated with railway failures, such as demurrage fees, lost sales are ultimately passed down the supply chain to me, the producer. As a price taker, I'm dependent on the price the market dictates, and I cannot adjust the price of the products, and so ultimately, these increased costs reduce my profitability. AWC appreciates the government's commitment to legislation that will ensure a more responsive, competitive, and accountable rail system in Canada. We believe that Bill C-49 is in fact a historic piece of legislation that paves the way for permanent long-term solutions to the rail transportation challenges that Canadian farmers have faced for decades. Passage of this bill is imperative, especially in light of poor rail service that shippers have been experiencing in Western Canada this year, with the poorest period of car order fulfillment dropping as low as a combined 32% between CN and CP, reaching the levels experienced during the 2013-14 crisis. In any other business, this lack of performance would be unacceptable, but in the grain sector, these service levels are all too common. Because of this poor service level, currently on my farm I am left with a significant amount of grain which was all contracted for delivery in October, November, December. This type of backlog causes a cascading effect not only on my operation but across the entire system. For instance, I had peas contracted for delivery in November, and when rail cars didn't arrive to take my peas as scheduled, I had to bear the costs and resources of bagging my peas and leaving them on the ground in temporary storage pending the availability of rail cars to make up this shipment. As the snow starts to melt now, and the railway has still not fulfilled my delivery, I have to use further resources to move the peas now from a bag to bins so that my product doesn't get damaged. I, like most farmers, have contracts scheduled with terminals on a fairly ongoing basis. So when cars eventually do arrive from my peas contracted in November, the contracts that I have in place for March delivery canola get pushed into April. April contracts get pushed into May, May into June, and on and on. This is further complicated by spring conditions in which road bans are instituted, making it almost impossible to deliver my grain if delayed trains do arrive. This is not a fictitious backlog. This is reality. So as I and other farmers ramp up our operations to prepare to get our seed in the ground for this growing season, we are feeling the impacts of the current backlogs in the system. Farmers who haven't had the opportunity to deliver their grain in as long as 6 months are strapped for cash flow to buy inputs for this year's crop. And often systemic rail failures cause delays in receiving inputs, like my fertilizer, which has actually been delayed since December. In January, I was in Ottawa to deliver the same message to the Senate Committee on Transportation and Communications. Now it's March, and while I have moved some of my grain, I am still significantly behind. And from all indications, between the backlog and the spring conditions and my focus on getting the crop in for next year, I'll likely not deliver my grain into April or May. For some of my contracts, that's almost 8 months later than what the contract had stipulated, 8 months of not getting paid. For these reasons, I'm advocating for the amendment and passage of Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act, as a long-term solution to addressing the ongoing freight rate failures. With respect to the role that reciprocal penalties play in this legislation, railways have long had a variety of measures that govern shipper efficiencies, including asset use tariffs. These tariffs are used to penalize shipper failures through monetary fines in order to gain shipper efficiencies. For example, when the railway spots my cars at a local elevator and the grain company fails to load them within 24 hours, the grain company faces an automatic monetary penalty. On the other hand, if the railway shows up 2 weeks late, there are limited or no penalties. Therefore, the railways are the only link in the grain logistics supply chain that are not held to account. We recently made aware that CN Rail has included a form of reciprocal penalties in their service level agreements. On the surface, this seems like good news, but these penalties are still extremely one-sided. For example, giving CN the ability to spot cars at any time in a period of more than a week, while still requiring grain companies to load these cars within 24 hours or face penalties. Bill C-49 provides the ability to establish service level agreements with truly reciprocal penalties. And under Bill C-30, which expired on August 1st of 2017, interswitching provisions which allowed shippers to access any interchange within 160 kilometers proved to be powerful and effective competitive tool to improve competitiveness for grain shippers.
Mr. Sekulik, I'm going to have to ask you to
That's over.
because we're past time. So, if
Sorry?
you can, I'll give you just a concluding statement.
Concluding statement? Okay. Our priority is to ensure the ultimate passage of Bill C-49 in order to help correct the imbalance between the market power of the railway shippers, and we would strongly advocate for the deficiencies in the long-haul interswitching to be addressed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sekulik. Now, Mr. Francois, for 7 minutes.
Thanks for that story, Warren. I think I've heard that from farmer after farmer after farmer that we can't get our grain to the ports and we can't get paid. So that's kind of the big thing. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, on behalf of the Western Canadian Wheat Growers, thank you for holding this meeting. I'm glad that this issue is getting some attention and the attention it needs, although I am saddened that we have to be holding it at all. As a grain farmer, I can state without hesitation that when our rail lines are only hauling 50% at most, a lot of people and a lot of farmers are hurting. Unfortunately, one of the reasons that these statistics have risen in the last couple of weeks is because carriers are running more trains on main lines, and many farmers and terminals on the sidelines or on side branch lines are still woefully short of rail stock. In addition, we are now facing spring breakup in many parts of the country. Road restrictions are coming into place. Then we have planting season. We can ill afford to have these kind of rail backlogs in the future. Like I stated, I personally know of many grain farmers who are having the same problems as Warren. One in particular has a barley contract that's three or four months behind that's worth $750,000. He's a good-sized farmer, but that's a lot of money to be waiting on. When grain is sitting in the farmer's bin, of course, we aren't getting paid. We can't pay our bills, and the domino effect rolls out across all the towns and across the province, or across the prairies, sorry. On top of the immediate financial problems, farmers are attempting to make decisions for the looming crop year. When cash flow has all but stopped for many farmers, the future looks bleak. I'd like to remind the committee, and Ian did it earlier, that in 2014, this not only affected grain, but it affected the fertilizer coming up from the Mississippi. It ultimately made it here, but it gave companies, input companies, reason to jack the prices, and farmers had to pay for that in the end. And truthfully, it shouldn't be this way. It doesn't need to be this way. I'm glad that CN acknowledged that they had made mistakes. This is a good start, but good intentions do not resolve the problem that grain farmers are facing. I recognize that we can't discount weather because it is an obvious safety issue. With that being said, rail has ran in Canada for over 100 years. Cold temperatures, snow in July shouldn't be a surprise, and we need better planning for that. CN and CP need to be better prepared and not get rid of power and have more frontline manpower. Their forecasting obviously was poor, so I suggest maybe they spend some money on that. Although Bill C-49 isn't a perfect bill, it does give shippers some clout and does put some of the onus back on the rail companies. We need to pass this bill with some of the proposed amendments sooner rather than later so that farmers have that much needed protection that they need. The government has stressed this year that agriculture will play a major role in strengthening our GDP and the middle class. We grain farmers are up to the task. We are amongst some of the most productive grain growers on the planet. Unfortunately, with the current grain transportation problems, we won't be able to easily meet these objectives. There's tens of thousands of farmers and hundreds of thousands of middle-class people who are negatively affected by backlogs like this. We need an efficient transportation system. We need to be able to move all commodities to market, grain, minerals, raw resources, finished goods. We need to be able to meet our customers' expectations. And we need good roads, rail lines that meet timelines, and pipelines for oil. The Western Canadian wheat growers believe that this is a nonpartisan issue. Ships are waiting in Vancouver. Farmers have the grain that needs to be exported on these ships. Farmers and grain shippers want to work with you, the government, and we want to work with the rail companies. Let's collectively solve this problem. In closing, Mr. Chair, C-49 needs to be passed as soon as possible. We need long-term solutions to the problems that we are facing today. But first and foremost, we have to get this bill through, get it done before the summer comes along, so we can work with some of these clauses in there and make sure they do work. Mr. Chair, I thank the committee for meeting today. Let's make certain that we collectively are not just talking. We need to be doing, and starting today, we need to fix this problem for the long term. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Francoux. And now Mr. Mazier for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee for having me here today to speak about this important issue in the grain transportation system. My name is Dan Mazier. I'm president of Keystone Agriculture Producers, which is Manitoba's general farm policy organization, representing over 7,000 farm families. I also am a farmer, grains and oilseeds farmer, northeast of Brandon, Manitoba. In 2013-14, Canada suffered from a grain transportation crisis that is estimated to have cost Western Canadian farmers approximately $6.5 billion. When shippers, my grain buyers, are unable to readily move their commodities to port, they will begin offering farmers lower cash bids or no cash bids for their products. So, although farmers are not the actual shippers ordering the rail cars, they are the ones who end up bearing the cost for the poor rail service. The Government of Canada responded in 2013-14 crisis in several ways, including an order in council that penalized the railways for missing grain movement targets and an accelerated schedule for the statutory review of the Canadian Transportation Act. Out of that review came several recommendations which were incorporated into Bill C-49 and which passed through the House of Commons and presently sits before the Senate, as you know. In 13-14, the magnitude of crisis caught many in government and industry off guard. This time around, we became aware of the challenges railways have been having moving our grain much earlier this year, largely because we now collect information on grain car orders and deliveries. This is done by a group called the Ag Transport Coalition, which reports weekly data on the number of grain cars are ordered by shippers compared to the number of cars each railway actually delivers. According to Ag Transport Coalition data for Manitoba, 6 weeks ago, At the beginning of February, CP supplied 74% of cars ordered. So far, so good. CN delivered 14%. Things only got worse from there. In CP's worst week in February, they only managed to deliver 17% of ordered cars. In CN's worst week, they delivered 0% of their orders. On average, the railways combined only delivered 29% of the cars were supplied on the want week for the month of February, which created a backlog of 28,000 cars, or approximately 35,000 trucks, leaving more than 30 ships waiting for grain off the coast of Port of Vancouver. So, how do we move forward and fix this problem before permanent damage to our country's reputation as a reliable shipper of grain is done again? A good first step is to come up with a plan to get the grain moving. As the committee knows, a co-signed letter went out to the railways from the Minister Garneau and Macaulay requesting such a plan and report back by March 15th. I also understand that CN has taken a proactive approach in communicating with shippers how they want to move forward. It all boils down to more people, more locomotives, and more products. I would encourage this committee using all the tools possible to monitor and support the ministers so we can all keep pressure on the railways to keep the backlog cleared. The elephant in the room is that we need to have Bill C-49 strengthened and passed as quickly as possible. As you know, it is presently before the Senate. I, along with other farm stakeholders, have given presentations with amendments that we argue will create a policy environment where the railways are held more accountable for their service failures and the impact they have on shippers. I would like to point out that the current design of the long-haul interswitching option in Bill C-49 is being viewed as overly restrictive in terms of which shippers are eligible to apply for it. We are recommending clarifying existing language for interswitching to ensure that it is most effective as possible for shippers to access this program. The most impactful amendment we are recommending is to empower the Canadian Transportation Agency to initiate investigations into service issues when it becomes aware to them and mandate solutions when necessary. Presently, the agency's ability to act under most provisions of the Canadian Transportation Act is triggered by an application or a complaint. For instance, although the agency is allowed to act on its own motion with respect to air carrier tariffs for international services, it can only examine and potentially correct issues with domestic tariff provisions in cases where an application has been received. Similarly, the agency power under Section 116 of the Canadian Transportation Act to order measures to address rail service level of service issues is conditional upon receipt of complaint. An extension of the agency's own motion authority would allow for proactive initiative inquiries where there is evidence that a problem might exist. This may include statistical evidence, a pattern of complaints, or consistent, credible media reports regarding a transportation service provider's financial difficulties or service failings. The authority would be particularly relevant to matters affecting more than one transportation service provider or user for which the existing complaint-based process is not particularly well suited. This measure was one of the recommendations made by David Emerson in 2016 to the report to Government of Canada, and that Ron Bonnet actually alluded to earlier this afternoon. We agree that these measures are necessary to help resolve service-related challenges that appear to be inherent to a monopoly marketplace like Canada's grain transportation system. In addition to these services-related measures, we are requesting that soybeans and related products be added to Schedule 2 list of the grains that are eligible to be covered under the maximum revenue entitlement. In Manitoba, with more than 2 million acres planted in 2017, soybeans represent our third largest crop by area. Currently, the transportation costs for soybeans are as much as 40% higher per car than the MRE covered grains, with no promise of getting these cars. So they're charging more, but we're still not getting those cars in the first place. There is no reason that farmers who have innovated, adapted to changing conditions should be denied the same protection from price exploitation by a monopoly industry that other crops receive. To conclude my remarks, I would like to make one point very clear. It is critical that Bill C-49 pass with these amendments before the House rises in June. This way, shippers and carriers will know what their obligations are under the law, and will make the needed investments to ensure that the 2018 crop is delivered to customers on time and we do not suffer the same economic hardships as a country that we have now suffered twice in the less than half a decade. The railways must face repercussions if they fail to meet acceptable service standards. They must not be allowed to gouge captive shippers of soybeans, and their performance must continue to be carefully monitored and action taken when they fail. In Canada, our growing season is very short. Our seeding and harvest windows are narrow, and it is difficult to predict how long it will last. To deal with this challenge, we invest more in equipment than nearly any other farmer in the world. And when the conditions are right, we work all day and all night to get the crop off the field and into the bin. I fully expect the railways to make investments necessary to get the job done. And if it requires senators and members of the parliament to work all day and night to get Bill C-49 strengthened and passed into law, then I expect that of you as well. Canada's economic well-being is critically tied to rail transportation. Do not shy away from your responsibility to ensure the Canada Transportation Act addresses the challenges we face and ensures that Canada's economy can grow to its full potential. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mazier, and we shall start our question round. Monsieur Berthold, 6 minutes.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is our final hour in our study of this urgent situation we are faced with. We've heard a lot of witnesses. We've heard many of you today, and I have a direct question to put to the three of you, and I'd invite you to respond quickly. Would it be possible, yes or no, to save the present campaign, the present growing season? Do you think we have everything we need to save our crops for this year? Or, as Mr. Mazier just said, we're going to do everything to protect the next one, but is it too late for this year's crop year? I'd like to hear you on this.
Talking about something like an order in council, I think we're too late for that. Unfortunately, we've probably missed the boat. When this topic was really brought to light, say 3 weeks ago, there would have been the opportunity, but in that respect, we're definitely too late for that. And with road bans coming up, planting season coming up, we are going to deliver less grain. Right? It's just a matter of the fact. We got to get the crop in, and we can't run on roads that aren't made for trucks to run on. So an order in council or something to that effect would be no benefit now, but it might have been, or it would have been a month ago.
You guys, I think Darrell's right. I don't think you can save this season. I don't think something like the order in council would be necessarily the way to go. And there was talk about infrastructure spending earlier on today. If you want to spend money on infrastructure, you send us down those roads this spring. Force us to haul grain in 2 weeks. I would be applying for infrastructure grant for my farm because it would tear the heck out of the yard. So and the roads and the fields, it would be bad.
Yeah, we're 28,000 cars behind. That is to fix this. The minimum requirement. The plan was in October 5,000 cars a week. So, okay, we're going to be 500 cars a week over, 1,000 cars a week over. So that's 5,500 to 6,000 cars that they can do for the next, how many weeks till next August? I don't know. Like the backlog, and it's going to be, is there enough room on our farms to accept the new crop? That's where we could have some real trouble. So as far as trying to save it, we've got time, but the railways really have to perform in top notch. And if past practice is any indication, I highly doubt it.
Ça me choque. Ça me choque.
I'm shocked at this news. I'm very angry. I'm very upset. Truly.
Them to act. We told them a lot time. And this season is failing because of the lack of action of the Liberals. I don't want you to be politics. I can't. I'll do. Okay? We told them in June last year to split the bill, to pass some amendments you just requires. The Liberals defeated all the amendments we proposed. And now you're asking them again to make this amendment to C-49. I hope that this time they will accept it if we want to fix the problem for a long term. But I think you should work a lot with the Liberals and try to convince them to accept those amendments because you will have another bad season next year. C'est insultant ce qui est en train d'arriver.
What is happening is insulting. We asked for an emergency meeting 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. And you're saying that 3 weeks ago we might have been able to change the course of things. Perhaps you could have avoided some of these issues. Unfortunately, people are saying, oh, too bad, it's not urgent, we'll do that on the 19th. Mr. Chairman, I believe it is important to deliver a message, a clear message. We must stop playing games with the grain producers of Western Canada. We have to work to ensure that their grain is hauled to market. It's the responsibility of the government. It's our responsibility as a committee to demand that the government ensure that grain is moved, is delivered so that producers can be paid. It's the reputation of Canada and the reputation of grain producers that is at play here. How do you feel, Mr. Sekulic, when you're a young farmer, you have debts to pay back? How do you feel when you realize that you can't sell your product? How do you react in your family at home? How do you feel?
It's really stressful, and especially in fact in the light that I learned my lessons really hard in 2013-14. I planned my sales. I generally sell everything October, or a vast majority of my crop to sell in October, November, December, with the anticipation that I can move it by March. And I have to plan for that every year, and I shouldn't really I shouldn't be planning for railway risk. I don't think I should be anyway, but I do, and it can be quite stressful. I've got a bag of canola that is supposed to move in March. I was told my elevator that it probably won't move till the middle of April, and I won't be moving much in the middle of April. I'm far north, so the thaw generally comes a little later than other parts of Alberta.
Yeah, Mr. Franzu?
Yeah, I echo those statements. I call it nonpartisan, but there's always some politics at play. And maybe the boat was missed on a couple things early on. It shouldn't have been an omnibus bill. We know that. But let's learn from those mistakes right now. And it's a win-win-win for everyone. It's a win for this side of the table, this side of the table, and this side of the table to get this bill passed as soon as we can.
And hope that the amendment will pass too.
Right. It definitely does strengthen the bill tremendously, actually. If the amendments were to hold up the bill for some amount of time or an indefinite amount of time, I could go without them, but it shouldn't be that big of an issue to pass those few amendments that we're asking for and the bill and have it done by the time you guys rise for the summer.
Thank you, Mr. Francoux. Now, Mr. Longfield for 6 minutes. Merci, Monsieur Berthold.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming the distance you have at the time of year you've done this. It really shows the commitment to your community, and we really appreciate you staying for this meeting. I don't want to get into the partisan discussion about Conservatives in the other place or us in the House of Commons. I mean, we are trying to solve a problem for you. We do need to see some action going forward, and I think we're talking about that today. What I'm very interested in is how you discuss these things as a group, how you interact with your neighbors, your farmers down the road. I'm thinking of what used to go on in the Petro-Can in Clonsey, Saskatchewan at lunchtime. They would talk about what was going on in the fields, who was late getting stuff in, whose wife was kicking their butt because they weren't out on the field today. The conversations around the dinner table at noon in Clonsey. How do you have those conversations between farmers, and what's the opportunity to involve the larger supply chain, the shippers, the storage people? How do you collaborate?
We're in constant contact with our elevator agents, and we're in constant contact with each other. I've got a whole bunch of friends on Messenger that we talk multiple times a day. We talk through the commissions, through press releases, through the commissions, and through surveys, and so we talk a heck of a lot about this. This is how we get paid, so it's a significant issue that gets talked about a lot.
Likely missing people at the table. Like if we were to look at this as a supply chain, if your productivity is increasing, you're putting a lot more through your farm than you used to put through, the system isn't handling it, throw in a couple of weather events or other things that go on that stop things from moving, cars that don't get to the site on time. How do we have that full discussion to make sure that we get the issues identified before they're blowing up in our faces?
I guess it's quite interesting. We've never had, up until 2014, late 2014, we established the Ag Transport Coalition. That was the first time we had a window into what the shippers were actually requesting, demand. We were told at that time, and it went on for a couple of years, that they make up a plan. They make up a plan, starts June, July, just like we were going to sow our crops. They know how many acres are sown out there. Well, they had that same plan this fall. It was supposed to be 5,000 cars. And the problem is when it stops, when it starts messing up, and it was CNI. I remember the meeting very, very clearly this October. They came up and said, well, we got good news and bad news. CN said, well, we've seen, we were projecting 2% growth in the economy, and we got 13%. And sir, we got to do some catching up to there. Like, I just can't get over the missed opportunities we've had, and this is the second time.
Yep.
In 5 years, like.
Because the reality is we can't shift all resources to grain because other sectors need cars as well.
But they cut back way too much on their capital, like on their staffing and on their power.
Sure, and I'm not saying that we need to serve the grain industry. But the capital forecast, how we get that conversation is, I think, to avoid future problems. If we continue to have bumper crops, and we've exceeded 2013, 2014 in last year's crop, we're looking at the same numbers, even more this coming year. You guys are young farmers. You're starting, or you're into the start of a generation of farmers that are going to face these issues. We need to have a better way of governing so that amongst yourselves, us, the shippers, to make sure we all know what's going on, because it shouldn't be at the end of the season that we figure out that we've got a problem.
I think they definitely missed the ball on forecasting this time, but there's no incentive for them to spend money on capacity like that when we can't hit their bottom line, and that's what some of Bill 49 will do. Is we can hit them where it hurts, and maybe they will spend more money on forecasting, or maybe they won't be so long on resources, because they know there is some loss to be had. I definitely agree that we have to move all commodities. They all are a commodity. Economy depends on all of them, and like I said, that includes getting pipelines built. I think that'll take some capacity off the rail line that can be used for grain. So
I think my question earlier with one of the witnesses from the rails was the penalties aren't going to increase our throughput. We have to increase our throughput before we get to that stage.
Giving the CTA more power to investigate before, that I think that's a key. That's probably the biggest amendment, if we could make a fundamental change of how we look at this.
Is the structure of the CTA?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm thinking that as well from our conversations.
And then allowing the interswitching to have other companies pick up the slack if the one company isn't performing. The competitiveness of the interswitch amendment is a huge. We think it's a big deal. It could really help this legislation work the way it's intended.
Good. In 30 seconds, was there something on your pages that you didn't get out that you'd like to get out?
No, it was covered in lots of the other talks. It was just going through the reciprocal penalties and the interswitching. So,
thank you, and really thank you for standing up for your communities and for coming all the way across the country to try and help us to solve the problem with you.
Thank you, Mr. Longfield. Mr. Grip McGregor for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mazur, in your exchange with Mr. Longfield, you were talking about both railways' performance indicators and the power of the locomotives they had and their workforce. And I had asked them when they were here earlier about the net trend from 2013, 2014 up to now, about how many locomotives they'd had in their workforce to see if there had been kind of a dip, and are they trying to catch up all of a sudden? What has been your experience with that trend with those companies over the past few years?
So in 13, 14, excuse me, they cut back too much. CP was, there was a fellow named Hunter Harrison that was around at the time. And they started the whole process of making sure that their capital was utilized the most. And that started a whole, it changed the way railways use their capital and their investment, but it also at the cost of service. The shareholders were very happy about that response, but it did not serve Canada very well. And you can't look at Canada the same way you look at the United States. When you got two independent railways, they have obligations and they have lots of rights in Canada, but what comes with that is lots of responsibility. And they have a responsibility to service Canadians, and especially people that only have access to one shipper. And I don't know, they've focused away from that. Even in the data that they were presenting today, it was nothing about here's what we're seeing for demand. They know what we're demanding. We need 5,000 cars a week. They know the plan. They didn't mention how many cars. They just said, here's what we delivered. There was no language understanding, like agriculture language in that at all, for delivering cars. Bless you. So I think we've got a long ways to go. They did cut, from what I remember, back 2 years ago, 2,000 employees, and several locomotives. CN did, and they did very well last year. They supplied the thing, but what we had to ship, but there wasn't much economic activity. CP, on the other hand, last year we missed it. As a farm group, I was irate when I turned around in April and started talking to farmers, and there was a lot. Southwestern Manitoba, southeastern Saskatchewan was particularly hard hit. They were around 40-50% all winter, CP last year, and no one said anything. So this is they got away with it last year, and I kind of feel bad for CN this year. But I mean, it's got to stop. They don't understand.
Can I just get a quick comment from you? You know, you were mentioning the 28,000 car backlog, and you're pretty pessimistic on recovering or part of this year's crop. Are the programs to deal with crises like the advanced payments program, the suite of business risk management tools, are they adequate, or is there something we can do to improve them? Any suggestions for this crisis here?
Yeah, well, and it's interesting, if we don't get rid of the backlog, so what's going to happen in August, September, we're going to either have to build more bins and we're going to have more debt, but we're not going to be able to pay bills. So either they can defer the interest from that, from those actual payments, and I think they can do that. I think that was done the last time in 13-14. They can actually say, well, if you can't pay there's a deadline for last year's crop was September 31st, so they could actually defer interest on that and say, no, we're going to let it go to January or whenever till you can get rid of the crop. So until we get those numbers down and see what kind of summer they have, they could apply for that. And increasing the limits would help. But as we all testified, it's borrowing money for when you got money in the bin. It comes out. There's the other thing we haven't talked about. As our grain comes into summertime or into spring, the temperature of the grain's changing. So we have to recondition it now. We have to turn the fans back on. We got to make sure there was snow that's sifted in. There's condensations going on. So we got to rehandle that grain again, maybe pull some bins out, just circulate them. Meanwhile, put a crop in, start sowing it, seeding it, spraying it, all that kind of stuff. So it adds that much more complexity.
Is it Mr. Sekulich?
Yeah.
And Mr. Francis, if I can get both of you to comment. You both experienced 2013, 2014, and you look at what we're going through now. Just any general comments you have on the parallels between the two, and are we going to repeat this sad story in another 4 years, or are you optimistic that we have got something before us that will actually tackle this problem?
Well, I think if we can pass this bill with the amendments that we're pretty much as a supply chain recommending, right from I think that we can go a long ways to fixing the problem. I sure don't want to be coming back here in 4 years. I was here in 2013, 14. I learned those lessons really well and really hard, so I managed that risk right from the get-go every year now, myself on my own business plans and my own marketing plans and that type of thing. So I'm behind, but I did manage that risk. I didn't ever want to get stuck in the situation where I was looking at February, because FCC moved the things back to March in 2013-14. It used to be February 15th was the pay back. Now it's March 15th, and they're talking about pushing it back again. I don't want to be looking at coming through into the middle of January, end of January, and I haven't moved my contracts, and I sure as heck don't have my cash in the bank to pay that FCC bill. So.
I echo a lot of that. We just got to concentrate on getting this bill passed as quick as we can. amendments where everyone's asking for them. They're just no-brainers. Let's get them in there and get this done.
Thank you, Mr. François. I have to move on, so thank you, Mr. McGregor. Monsieur Drouin, for 6 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks so much for staying late with us. Quick, Warren, thanks all. We're on first name basis. Francis Warren, nice to see you. Great. Listen, you mentioned that you've had to create a buffer zone in order to, because of the unpredictability of the rail system. And can you talk to me? How do you have that conversation with your accountant, I guess, on how to create that buffer zone for you? And has that changed? How much has that increased since the incident in 2013-14?
Well, it's not really a conversation with my accountant. It's just I took 13-14 and saw how long the contracts got pushed back. And I know from past experiences that our service in the Peace Country can be pretty terrible. We can be the last to get cleaned out. I just don't leave the risk on the table that I won't have my grain delivered in time to pay my bills. I try not to anyway. So I sell a big proportion of my grain early. So that's how I manage that risk. And I end up paying a bit of a penalty if you're selling, like, say, September, October for wider bases, because that's when everyone wants to sell. But it's just a better risk to take, in my opinion, than not having the cash flow to pay my bills later on.
Mm-hmm.
If that answered.
Okay. And I do want to focus on the long term, and I'm not yet convinced, as a member of parliament, I'm not yet convinced that, I know C49 will answer a lot of the questions, but in terms of capacity, and I've spoken to a lot of your members and a lot of farmers, and they're saying, yeah, we're getting a lot more efficient on the farm. We can produce a lot more in the same acreage of land. So that means obviously production is going to increase, but I'm wondering, Mr. Mazur, are you having that conversation with the rail companies in terms of the long term? What's the 5-year, 10-year output? And are we ramping up capacity? Good question. Because we will be back here in 4 years, even if C49 is there, but we don't have that capacity. And we don't ramp up capacity, it will happen again.
We did have the solutions back in 13-14.
Yeah.
We talked about giving the agency more power, being more proactive, I think is the word we're all looking for, is instead of reactive. The railway companies as long as they're focusing on stockholders' share, we're all going to lose. We're going to lose as Canadians. And they got to get their head around that they're supposed to be offering us a service. And when the economy starts ramping up, their solution is to ration, to cancel orders, to actually stomp out that economy, to restrict it. I mean, I don't know how a carrier in good conscience could actually do that, especially in Canada with having the monopolistic power that they actually have. It doesn't make any sense at all. They need regulations.
I completely agree, but I'm concerned about, do we have the infrastructure in place to answer in the demand in 5 years? And that takes a while to build, right?
And I think that they are coming to everybody and saying, this is the infrastructure we're putting in. They know they have some choke points. I know in Vancouver they talk about the bridge going over the water and the other one up to Prince Rupert. Like, they know they got some pretty vulnerable spots. But I think they're ready to invest and to work with us. But it does come down to a lot of their problems could be solved by using their power and their staff a lot more efficient. Don't be cutting down right to the bone. When the economy slides down a little bit, be ready for that little bump instead of that 2% bump, say an 8% bump. Like, put that in your model and then see what that looks like.
And that's one of the questions that I've asked previous witnesses, was the fact that I think there's an opportunity for you guys to talk about projections with the rail companies, but there's not an opportunity for feedback after the fact. And would that be something that you guys would welcome? In terms of saying, okay, well, look, even when we have great years and when they've met, I would suspect that over 80% would be great news in today's cases. But if there's an opportunity for you guys to provide feedback and say, yeah, okay, this year we've met our numbers, but here's how we can improve the service for next year.
They have to start talking to our shippers, to our grain buyers. They have to understand what they go through, because we've all locked in next year's price. We've got probably 20% of our product locked in for next fall already. Railways don't get that. Like we are different in agriculture. You can shut down a mine, you can shut down an oil line, you can stop these industries, you can shut down a car plant, but you can't shut down agriculture. Like we go on cycles, we have the sun shines, the rains, we produce. And that's what we're hardwired to do, and we're going to keep on doing that because the government is sending us very clear signals to produce more. So they really got to get, like, I mean, we can, as producers, farmers, we can scream all we want, but they have to start understanding what our grain companies are going through and our buyers. Why would they take on all this risk if they're not even going to provide them a service to move the grain? I don't know if you guys want to comment.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Merci, M. Drouin. M. Poisson pour 6 minutes.
6 minutes, monsieur. 6 minutes, Mr. Poisson. Thank you so much for being here. Earlier you said there'd be about, you'd have a backlog, a delay of some 20,000 cars. And instead of having 4,000 cars a week, there would be 3,200 a week only. Is that figured into your calculation, into the 20,000 that you were talking about?
On week 1, 2, or whatever, they didn't show up either to the next week. So then they've got more orders. They've got to clean up week 1 and week 2 and say they only delivered half of them. So then they get bumped and they say, oh, no, we only brought half of them again. So that's 28,000 cars of missed opportunity. And meanwhile, we have, as was alluded to this earlier this afternoon, there's another crop coming from another part of the world that we didn't even think we were going to be competing against because our grain was supposed to be gone. The plan was 5,000 cars a week. The shippers were there, the railways agreed to it, but the railways decided they had another plan, and winter came, I guess.
And further to that, if the plan was 5,000 cars a week, the elevators buy grain to their expected level of service. And so they're only buying grain from me or from the farmers up to what they can expect to ship. And so they're doing that, as far as I understand, based on their agreements with the rail companies, and the rail companies aren't living up to those agreements. So it's frustrating on the farm level where they, like the rail or the line companies or the shippers are actually, they're just buying up to what the railways say they can, to the demand the railways say, or the cars that the railways say they can supply. So they're not even living up to that.
We know that C-49 should settle issues to a certain extent, even to a large extent. But with C-49 and the amendments, will you still need more? Is this totally answering all your needs?
I don't think it's quite strong enough, but that doesn't mean we can't get it passed and get some clout for the shippers, right? We maybe next time around we have to circle the wagons and look into the MRE or whatnot. But what is important today is to get this bill passed.
There is no silver bullet. It will go a long ways in fixing a lot of things, and in modern day things. We've dismantled the board, the wheat board that, you know, in some way they did control the flow of grain. They bought it differently, as Minister Ritz alluded to this earlier today. So things flowed differently in Canada. We have a new market called Japan all of a sudden coming into the West Coast. Like, things have changed in Manitoba, or in Canada. And I think a modern day C-49 bill will bring us up to date, at least to address these problems. The problem is, part of the act is it needs updating. We've transformed as a country, and we just haven't been able to adapt regulatory wise to make it happen for everybody.
En terminant,
Just by way of conclusion, earlier I asked the people around the table the following question. would there be a possibility of having elevators nearer the ports so that the crop could be brought in closer to the ports, and when the time comes to actually ship, it would be easier? Do you think this is an idea that would be feasible?
Farmers are already hauling insane or huge distances. Some farmers are hauling 4 hours one way to get to the high throughputs already. So if you start taking the term or the maybe I'm misunderstanding your question, but if you start building the elevator, okay.
Oui, dans le fond, c'est lorsqu'on part en période.
Yes, but the ports, the cars would be able to start moving grain right away just to fill the elevators that would be located nearest the ports. In difficult times, though, there would be reserves to meet demand because they would have already been shipped there to the elevators near the ports.
Treat Alberta, they're closer, so they'll do cycle times quickly, then they'll go and empty out Saskatchewan and Manitoba. We actually go lots to the St. Lawrence Seaway. 60% of our product goes from Manitoba that way. So it's kind of interesting. Like the railways kind of got it figured out, but if stuff goes real bad, they empty out Alberta first, and then they'll go in probably southern Alberta, not northern Alberta, and then they'll start whittling away at the western. So they're using the closer elevators, but there's still a mountain range in there that they have to get through.
Merci, Mr. Poisson. Mr. Bar.
Thank you, Mr. Poisson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'll maybe split some of my time with Mr. Dreeshen as well. It's frustrating that we're dealing with this, and it's sad to see or hear from our producers today who have pretty much resigned themselves to the fact that this is a lost season. Especially frustrating when, as Mr. Francouz said, action could have been taken weeks, if not months ago, to address this season, regardless of what happens with C-49. Especially, and this is no fault of my colleagues across the way because we do work fairly well together, but many of the amendments that are being discussed right now that you have all talked about today were brought up in the Transport Committee by the Conservatives, and the Liberals voted them down in the Transport Committee. So a lot of these things that we're talking about, and we're already talking about dealing with things next year, the consequences of this year, when this should never have happened if we had acted quickly on the advice from stakeholders and the advice of members who have been through this before in 13 and 14. So, I'm just shaking my head that we're having to deal with this, and we're already talking about how to deal with the consequences. And Mr. Razier, you talked about CN getting through this somehow before despite massive cuts. Well, that's because nothing was being transported in the energy sector is how they managed to get through that. A little bit different this time around. And you're right, they made massive cuts to staff and equipment, and now they're trying to scramble to get it back. But my question would be, Ian Boxall brought it up before, and he talked about, he pays $360,000 a year in freight alone. The numbers from 2013, 2014 were the cost of the industry was $8 billion because of that last crisis. Any idea on what this is costing you this time around? And have you recovered from 13 and 14 financially?
I think it's a little too early to put a dollar amount on it. Fortunately, this time around, we are a little later in the season. In 13-14, we really seen that basis widen, where right now we're just starting to see it widen. So it's a little too early to put a number on it. But the fact that we're taking out, a lot of farmers are taking out more debt to pay off their debt, shows that we have a big problem here.
And we also heard, over the last few weeks that our transport minister and agriculture minister consistently stand up and defend the railway, saying, we've talked to CN, we've talked to CP. They really relied on them to try and solve this problem, and we've seen the consequences of that. In your opinion, and from the answers you heard today from CN and CP, do you have any faith that without the consequences of fines, penalties, mandatory volume regulations, would there be any incentive for CN and CP to improve their service?
No. That's the straight answer, no. Their plans were nothing. A lot of CN stuff was already stuff that was announced, to be quite frank. And then CP kind of just I felt they brushed farmers by the wayside with their letter to the minister, unfortunately.
They didn't talk about grain at all. They didn't in their replies. So it was basically business as usual. This is how we're reacting to it, but it was not agriculture or grain specific, which is I think they missed the mark on it. But to answer your question, if we did get C-49, when we get it passed, not if, when we get it passed, it will enable a lot of us to do a lot more things to the railways to hold them accountable. So that's why we need it passed.
Yeah, and you touched on it right, but sometimes the government has to step in and take some action, some definitive action that could have addressed this weeks ago, and they didn't. I'd like to share the rest of my time with Mr. Dreeshen.
Well, thank you, John. And again, as we've heard so many times, C-49 passed with the amendments is kind of the critical aspect of it. Otherwise, we're, again, going to be coming back, dealing with this later on. One of the things that we had talked about earlier is, the APP and, should it be raised from 400 to 800,000 and so on. I mean, all of those things don't help unless you know exactly when it is that you want to use that tool. Because if all you're doing is punting it down the road, you've lost all of the contract opportunities and in your marketing. So I mean that can work. You can use it, but you better know that the year before rather than trying to deal with it on an ad hoc basis. And of course, the other aspect of it is the trade. What we really are missing throughout. I was just in Southeast Asia a couple of weeks ago talking on trade issues, and again, so we tried to say, well, we'll be able to market these products and look at the great things that you would get if you had our Canadian grain or our beef and so on. But they look at it and they say, well, we know that we can get it from Australia. There's no issues right there, and so I know that we're losing all of these opportunities because of the way people look at it. So I think really that's kind of one of the aspects of it that we have to recognize. A forecasting of railways, a 2-3% increase, and we'll just do it as the economy. But as farmers, we are increasing the volumes immensely. And it's because we have the skills and the tools and are going from there. So I guess the key concern that I have is how do we make sure that we keep this pressure on all during the summer so that they are ready on August 1st when week 1 shows up to handle the issues that we always have been facing.
So unfortunately, that's all the time.
Well, I'll get my story in. So that's
So I guess that covers our meeting. I want to certainly thank all of you for taking the time to that extra long day also, and wish you a good trip back. And thanks. I think the message has been heard. Sorry.
I want to thank all the members of the committee too, Mr. Chair, because they accepted to have this urgent and emergency meeting. I think that we appreciate the fact that we have these 4-hour meetings. I wanted just to put it on the record.
Okay. And all the staff, translator, and everybody. I mean, thanks. Hopefully, we won't get you to work that late every night. So, thank you. All right. So that concludes our meeting. Thank you so much.